Chapter 4158. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectation that the master of the ancient divine court was also a taboo being. No wonder the master of the grand ancient divine court was able to comprehend 3,000 kinds of ancient secret techniques. It turns out that he has a forbidden body. Even if he comprehended so many ancient secret techniques, it would be useless. Only a forbidden body is beneficial. The more secret techniques one can comprehend, the better. Lu Ming's mind raced, and he figured out many things that he couldn't figure out. Senior, could it be that the master of the primeval divine court has truly fallen? Lu Ming asked again. Yes, he's dead. He's completely dead. There's no way he can be resurrected. The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. The master of the ancient divine court, whose cultivation had reached an unfathomable level, was also a taboo being, and had mastered 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Such an existence was actually dead. In that case, it was easy to imagine how terrifying the person who could kill him was. Obviously, the master of the ancient divine court died at the hands of the heavenly palace. What was the origin of the heavenly palace? Why was it so powerful? Senior, how did the war between the ancient divine court and the heavenly palace break out? What was the process of the war? Also, why are the taboo being and the heavenly palace's sworn enemies? Lu Ming asked a few questions. He had always heard that the taboo being and the heavenly palace were sworn enemies. Sooner or later, they would be on opposite sides, but he didn't know why. I'm not very sure. After all, I'm just a spirituality born from a statue. When I was born, the ancient divine court had already been destroyed. The statue shook its head. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. The doubts in his heart still couldn't be answered. Senior, the ancient god stone is so precious. If you leave it here, aren't you afraid that the powerful existences of the heavenly palace will forcibly break in and take it away? Lu Ming asked again. The archaic heavenly stone was definitely the core treasure of the archaic celestial court. The heavenly palace would definitely want it. However, the archaic world was under the control of the heavenly palace. Don't worry. If anyone below the divine lord level enters the heavenly palace, they won't be able to take it away. If anyone above the divine lord level enters, they won't be able to enter. The archaic world is protected by a formation. If anyone tries to break it by force, the archaic world will self-destruct. As for me, I'll take the archaic god stone and escape into the dark void of the universe. Alright, I've basically told you everything I wanted to tell you. I'll send you back now. After the spirituality of the white jade statue finished speaking, Lu Ming felt his vision blur. He had already left the void and his consciousness had returned to his body. That primordial divine stone is already in my mind, but this is... As soon as Lu Ming came out, he felt that something was wrong. He sensed that there was something new in his sea of consciousness, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the black stone, the primeval godstone. However, the black stone was clearly still in the palm of the white jade statue. No, the stone in the white jade statue's hand isn't real. It's just an illusion. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he realized what was going on. The stone in the white jade statue's hand was just an illusion. However, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell. If Lu Ming hadn't noticed the primeval godstone in his sea of consciousness, he wouldn't have been able to tell. Then, his body was enveloped by a force and disappeared from the spot. He was gone. Yi Yu and the rest watched helplessly as Lu Ming disappeared before their eyes. Bam! A burning anger exploded in Yi Yu's heart, and his eyes turned red. He had planned to block Lu Ming here, but now, Lu Ming had disappeared right under his nose. His plan was foiled again. Damn it. Hurry up and recover. Let's kill our way back, Yi Yu roared. However, there was no other way. The energy of their battle suits hadn't recovered yet, so they didn't dare to retreat. If they retreated now, they wouldn't be a match for the creatures on the futons. No matter how angry and unwilling they were, they could only wait. At this moment, Lu Ming had appeared in another place. This is a dojo below. Lu Ming glanced around and found that he had returned to the dojo they had just entered. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He understood why the white jade statue had an illusion of the primeval godstone in its hand. It was to protect him. In this way, in the eyes of Yi Yu and the others, Lu Ming hadn't taken the black stone. After leaving this place, the people of the heavenly palace wouldn't know that he had taken the black stone, which was the primeval godstone. If the people of the heavenly palace found out that he had taken the primeval godstone, he would be in danger. He might not even be able to keep his life, let alone the primeval godstone. Afterward, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and saw many people searching the mountains and plains. They were all Emperor God experts from the archaic world. These people had been robbed by Lu Ming, so their insights and imprints were all in Lu Ming's hands. Now, they could only search the mountains for what they had missed. Lu Ming smiled and didn't make things difficult for these people. He went back the way he had come and went back to the great sorcerer god palace. He found that the first-class celestial soldiers had also returned. The first-class celestial soldiers were surprised to see Lu Ming come out. Previously, when they saw Yi Yu and the others chasing after Lu Ming, they thought that Lu Ming was most likely going to die. They didn't expect that he would be able to return unscathed. What a surprise! After greeting the Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master and the others, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. They didn't have to wait for long before the Emperor God experts from the archaic world returned from the great ancient dojo. When the people from the archaic world saw Lu Ming, they had mixed feelings. There was hatred, fear, and anger. Palace Master, this brat stole our insights and imprints in the great ancient dojo. Palace Master, please help us. An elder bowed to the Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master and cried out. This old man was none other than Fang He. What's going on? The Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master frowned. That brat from the outside world, Mu Yun, didn't get any insights or imprints. Instead, he stole all of our insights and imprints. Fang He wept and said with a mournful face. The Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master frowned slightly and looked at Lu Ming. They wanted to steal from me first. They weren't strong enough and I took it back. Lu Ming said flatly. Fang He, is that what happened? The Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master looked at Fang He. Fang He stammered and didn't know what to say. After a while, he turned his gaze and said, What about them? You took the initiative to steal from them, right? Fang He pointed at the others. Lu Ming had indeed taken the initiative to steal from them. Chapter 4159. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, You people from the Archean world tried to steal my insights and markings as soon as you saw me. I didn't trust you, so I had to strike first. What's wrong? Can't I? You are being unreasonable. Fang He pointed at Lu Ming. His body could not stop trembling. He was infuriated. That's enough. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said coldly. I already know about this. Let's leave it at that. You tried to steal someone else's gains first, and then you were robbed by someone else. You can't blame anyone else for that. Master! Fang He wanted to say more. That's enough. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master frowned and said in a cold voice. He was displeased. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple only cared about the results. They couldn't care less about the process. They only wanted the insights and markings left behind by the experts of the Archean Divine Court. They couldn't care less about the process. They had to give rewards anyway. They couldn't care less if Lu Ming stole someone else's insights and markings, or if someone else stole Lu Ming's insights and markings. To put it bluntly, they had to rely on their own abilities to make a living. They would give rewards to whoever obtained the insights and markings. Seeing the Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master's displeasure, Fang He didn't dare to say anything else. He could only swallow his pride. All right, now that everyone is out, let's leave this place and see what you have gained. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said with a hint of anxiety and anticipation in his eyes. The insights and markings in the great ancient ritual ground were too important for their Archean secret skills. They left the place and returned to the main hall of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple. Take out your gains. I will reward you according to the previous conditions. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said. After he finished speaking, he scanned the crowd. The people from the Archean world looked pale and hesitated for a long time. Only a few of them took out a few insights and markings. The master of the great sorcerer divine temple and the other experts were surprised. Could it be that Lu Ming had snatched all their gains? They couldn't help but look forward to Lu Ming's harvest. They secretly hoped that there would be a big harvest. Otherwise, this harvest would be too miserable. Following that, the first-class heavenly soldier also took out their gains. The first-class celestial soldiers had a good harvest, which made the people of the Grand Sorcerer Temple smile. According to our agreement, one ancient secret technique's comprehension or imprint in exchange for one ancient secret technique. I'll give it to you. The Grand Magus Divine Palace Hall Master took out a jade box. Once the jade box was opened, balls of light flew out and flew towards the first-rate heavenly soldiers. These balls of light were the spiritual imprints of the Grand Magus Temple's elites. Each ball of light contained an ancient secret skill. These balls of light were similar to the inheritances that the youths in West Raven City had received when they received their magic inheritances. They were all mental imprints. In the end, only Lu Ming was left. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming had snatched the insights and imprints of the other archaic world's elites. His harvest should be good. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out the insights and imprints he had obtained. Of course, he didn't take out the stone wall that he had obtained from the main training ground. The stone wall was too big. If he took it out, he wouldn't be able to fit it here. Even so, the eyes of the Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the others lit up. They were satisfied with this harvest. There were hundreds of insights and imprints of the ancient secret techniques. Not bad, not bad. Let's check. The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master said. Lu Ming took out a pile of them. They still had to check because many of them might be duplicates. Although repetition was also useful to them, their condition with Lu Ming was that the comprehension and imprint of one type of secret skill could be exchanged for one type of ancient secret skill. If they had a few comprehensions and imprints of the same secret skill, it would still be one type of secret skill. I think it's better to check and verify it later. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Wait! The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the others were surprised. That's right. I still have some insights and imprints left behind by the archaic divine court. However, they are too big to fit here. Why don't we check outside? Lu Ming said. Can't fit here? The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the others looked at each other. To be honest, the area of this hall was not small. It could even fit a small hill. What exactly did Lu Ming obtain that it could not fit here? However, the Grand Sorcerer Temple Master was only surprised for a moment. He said, Take them out and check. The group came out of the main hall. Outside the main hall was a spacious square. Everyone looked at Lu Ming curiously. They wanted to see what Lu Ming got that he needed to check outside. Lu Ming's expression was calm and unruffled. He waved his hands. Boom! The ground shook and a huge stone wall appeared in the square. At the scene, when everyone saw this stone wall, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. There were many insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the archaic divine court on the wall. The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the other strong cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Temple were breathing heavily. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the imprints on the wall. Those are the insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the archaic divine court, shouted a guardian of the Great Sorcerer Temple. He couldn't control his emotions. Oh my God, so many! There must be thousands of secret skills. Too many, really too many. We're rich. The other guardians of the Great Sorcerer Temple were also discussing. Those guardians were all cultivators of the third great supreme god layer. Normally, they didn't show their emotions on their faces. However, they couldn't control their emotions at that moment. Some of the guardians were even more excited when they saw the secret skills of the archaic divine court. They were all created by the secret skills of the archaic divine court, so their cultivation was different from other creatures. They could directly absorb the insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the archaic divine court. As long as they could absorb the insights and imprints, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. The other first-grade celestial soldiers and the great supreme god cultivators of the archaic world were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming's gains were beyond their imagination. Fang He, in particular, had a look of deep fear in his eyes. Lu Ming's gains were so great that they could imagine how strong he was. Without strength, how could he gain anything? Phew! The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master took a deep breath. He was pleasantly surprised. He said, "Little brother Mu Yun, you obtained the insights and imprints of the main training ground?" "That's right. I took all the insights and imprints from the main training ground. They're all on this stone wall," said Lu Ming. Chapter 4160. Great, great. The Grand Magus Divine Temple Master laughed heartily. He was extremely excited and carefree. The other experts of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple were also overjoyed. With these insights and seals, the strength of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple will skyrocket. By then, it will not be difficult for us to destroy the ancient Sorcerer God Temple. That's right. By then, the entire Archean world will be ours. The experts of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple laughed heartily. They were looking forward to destroying the ancient Sorcerer God Temple and unifying the Archean world. "Grand Sorcerer, let's begin the verification." Lu Ming spoke, interrupting their fantasies. Brother Mu Yun, you must be joking. The main thing is that your gains are amazing. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master laughed awkwardly and sent someone to verify the gains. Soon, all the gains were verified. There were more than 1,300 types. Lu Ming had obtained more than 1,300 types of Archean secret skills and seals, which could be exchanged for more than 1,300 types of Archean secret skills. Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. How many merit points could he exchange for with so many Archean secret skills in the Heavenly Palace? Of course, not all of these Archean secret skills could be exchanged for merit points. After all, the Heavenly Palace had more than 1,000 types of Archean secret skills. As long as they overlapped, they could not be exchanged. However, it was impossible for all of them to overlap. Even half of them would be amazing. Besides, even if they could not be exchanged for merit points, Lu Ming could keep them for his own cultivation. The more Archean secret skills Lu Ming had, the better. Brother Mu Yun, you have too many Archean secret skills. The total number of Archean secret skills in the Grand Sorcerer God Temple does not exceed 1,300 types. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master stuttered for a long time and said embarrassedly, "You don't have 1,300 types?" Lu Ming frowned. "That's right. The total number of Archean secret skills in the Grand Sorcerer God Temple is only about 800 types. In fact, the ancient Sorcerer God Temple is about the same as us." The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said. Lu Ming understood. The Great Sorcerer Shrine and the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine were mainly ruled by ancient secret skills. There were not many ancient secret skills on either side. Previously, the experts of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had said that the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had a total of 800 ancient secret techniques. In fact, the same was true for the Great Sorcerer Temple. There were also dozens of spiritual imprints left behind by the fallen Ancient Sorcerer Temple. There were less than 900 spiritual imprints left behind by the fallen Ancient Sorcerer Temple. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat displeased. "Brother Mu Yun, we can exchange the remaining items with other items. Feel free to tell us what you need," the Grand Magus God Palace Master said. "Then I'll exchange the rest of my secret arts for ordinary secret arts. What do you think about ordinary witchcraft arts?" Lu Ming said. Of course. The Grand Magus Palace Master agreed. They had more living creatures created by ordinary secret techniques, so they could satisfy Lu Ming's requirements. Without hesitation, the Grand Magus God Palace paid Lu Ming more than 800 spiritual imprints of ancient secret arts and over 10,000 spiritual imprints of ordinary secret arts. Lu Ming accepted them with satisfaction. Lu Ming and the Grand Magus God Palace had gotten what they wanted. Everyone was happy. "Everyone, we'll have a banquet tonight. Let's drink until we're drunk," the Grand Magus God Palace Master said. "Thank you, Grand Magus." Everyone cupped their fists and left. On the other hand, Yi Yu and the others rushed back to the futon after their battle suits had recovered their energy. With so many powerful beings working together, they quickly made their way past the living beings on the prayer mats and returned to the ancient sorcerer shrine. The Grand Magus God Palace obtained more than 1,000 spiritual imprints left behind by the elites of the archaic divine court. The Grand Magus God Palace master and other elites were shocked when they heard the news. Some of them even yelled, "No, the Grand Magus God Palace will be much more powerful with those spiritual imprints. By then, they will be able to suppress the ancient sorcerer temple. If this goes on, we will be wiped out. We can't just sit here and wait." The protectors of the Grand Magus God Palace yelled. "Grand Magus, what should we do now?" Someone asked the Grand Magus God Palace master. Kill our way to the Grand Magus God Palace. We can't drag this out any longer. The longer we wait, the worse it will be for us. The Grand Magus God Palace master made up his mind. Although they had gained something this time, it was nothing compared to what the Grand Magus God Palace had gained. After absorbing the spiritual imprints and spiritual imprints, the Grand Magus God Palace would improve more than them. By then, they would be in a passive position. Instead of sitting here and waiting, they might be able to defeat the Grand Magus God Palace and unify the archaic divine court. Pass down my order. Gather all the elites of the ancient sorcerer temple and attack the Grand Magus God Palace. Make no mistake. The Grand Magus God Palace master ordered. The elites of the ancient sorcerer temple immediately scattered to gather the elites of the ancient sorcerer temple. "Young Master Yiyu, I'll give you your rewards now." The Grand Magus God Palace master took out some spiritual imprints of the archaic secret skills and handed them to Yiyu and the others. "Young Master Yiyu, what are your plans?" The Grand Magus God Palace master asked. "I want to go with you," said Yiyu. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He would never let Lu Ming off. He wanted to follow the people from the ancient sorcerer divine temple to the great sorcerer divine temple so that he could find a chance to kill Lu Ming. He wanted Lu Ming to die tragically. Otherwise, he would never be able to quench his anger. "That's great," said the Grand Magus God Palace master happily. He knew that even though Yiyu and the others' cultivation levels were not high, they were all peerless geniuses with terrifying fighting strength. The most important thing was that they had all kinds of treasures. Once they used them, their fighting strength would be even more astonishing. Even though they were not as strong as cultivators of the third great supreme god layer, they were still an extraordinary force. They could play a decisive role in the battle against the Grand Magus God Palace. The ancient sorcerer temple was very efficient. After a short time, almost all the troops had gathered. No matter if they were in seclusion or what they were doing, they all moved out. 800 archaic secret skills, tens of thousands of ordinary secret skills, and other strong cultivators of the archaic world. As long as they were under the ancient sorcerer temple's control, they all gathered and attacked the Grand Magus God Palace. At that moment, the Grand Magus God Palace was still celebrating. That night, the Grand Magus God Palace held a grand banquet. Lu Ming and the others all attended. After the banquet, Lu Ming and the others returned to their residences. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and a ball of light appeared in his hand. It was a spiritual imprint of an archaic secret skill. Lu Ming held the ball of light in his hand and inserted his consciousness into it. Immediately, a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. This piece of information was the cultivation method of an ancient secret technique. Chapter 4161. Lu Ming sensed it carefully, memorizing the primordial mystic skill in his mind from this mental imprint. After a while, the spiritual imprint in his hand exploded like a firework. Lu Ming's expression was calm. This was within his expectations. He had already memorized the ancient secret skill contained in the mental imprint. Lu Ming took out another spiritual imprint and started to study it. Memorizing it in his mind was the safest way. He could exchange it with the Heavenly Palace and make a copy. Lu Ming memorized all the ancient secret skills in his mind. He could memorize several of them in an hour. He could memorize 60 to 70 of them in a day. A few days later, Lu Ming had memorized a few hundred of them. On this day, Lu Ming was memorizing the primordial secret skill when he suddenly heard a violent roar. Lu Ming knew right away that this was the sound of the war drums. The war drums are beating. Is it the ancient sorcerer temple? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had expected the ancient sorcerer temple to attack. After all, he had obtained too many insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. This would break the balance between the great sorcerer temple and the ancient sorcerer temple. He believed that the ancient sorcerer temple would not sit still and do nothing. In fact, the grand sorcerer temple had also expected this. They had gathered all the elites in the grand sorcerer temple and were ready for battle. However, the grand sorcerer temple would not attack first. The longer the battle dragged on, the better it would be for them. They would not attack first. However, since the ancient sorcerer temple was here, they could only fight. Let's go out and take a look. Since the ancient sorcerer temple was here, Lu Ming was not in the mood to continue cultivating. He left his residence and soared into the sky. He saw a large number of elites gathering in the sky and rushing out of the Grand Sorcerer Temple. They were all elites from the Grand Sorcerer Temple. The energy was howling and the sky was boiling. There were too many elites from the Grand Sorcerer Temple. There were more than 1,000 God Emperor Realm experts. The experts formed by the ancient secret technique were almost all Emperor gods. There were about 800 of them. The rest were other living beings who had reached the Emperor God realm. In addition, a large number of godly emperors rushed to the outside of the Great Sorcerer God Temple and set up a great formation. Lu Ming also flew out and realized that there were already tens of thousands of people gathered outside the Grand Sorcerer God Shrine. At the forefront were the Great Sorcerer Divine Palace's Emperor God Realm experts. Over 1,000 Emperor gods gathered together and their aura was terrifying, causing the void to tremble. There was not a single sound at the scene. Everyone was adjusting their state of mind, adjusting themselves to their best state, waiting for the great battle. Rumble. Suddenly, a dull roar came from the front. Here it comes. Everyone's heart trembled. The rumbling sounds ahead grew louder and louder. Then, a terrifying force surged in this direction. That energy was like a tsunami, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. It was as if it could shatter everything. Following that, large groups of figures appeared. They were from the ancient Sorcerer Temple. The ancient Sorcerer Temple also gathered tens of thousands of experts and rushed over. Boom! The experts from the Great Sorcerer Temple also unleashed their auras. Their auras were like mountains and seas as they rushed forward and collided with the energy from the ancient Sorcerer Temple. There was an earth-shattering explosion and the void was blasted into chaos. A terrifying force swept out in all directions, tearing cracks in the space, like a spider web that covered the entire void. Kill! Today, we will destroy the Great Sorcerer Temple. The ancient Sorcerer Temple's army let out a deafening roar. Then, the ancient Sorcerer Temple's army rushed over. Kill! Today, the ancient Sorcerer Temple will be destroyed. We, the Great Sorcerer Temple, are the true rulers. The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master also let out a long roar. Kill! 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 The experts from the Great Sorcerer Temple roared. Their bodies turned into dazzling rays of light and rushed toward the ancient Sorcerer Temple. The experts from both sides clashed in the air. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Emperor gods against emperor gods, emperor gods against emperor gods. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The emperor gods fought fiercely in the air while the emperor gods fought on the lower level. The sky was suddenly filled with dazzling rays of light. How exciting! Lu Ming's eyes were like two stars as he watched the battle. It was the first time that Lu Ming had seen such a battle. This was because it was a battle of secret skills. All kinds of ancient secret skills turned into their true forms. All kinds of ordinary secret skills turned into their true forms and fought fiercely in the air. Lu Ming did not attack. The first-class heavenly soldiers did not attack either. They just stood behind and watched. Heavenly human tribe. Then, Lu Ming saw Yi Yu and the others from the ancient Sorcerer Temple. Yi Yu and the others did not attack either. They stood behind and stared coldly at Lu Ming. The murderous intent in their eyes was obvious and undisguised. The battle became more and more intense and people started to die. The corpses of the living beings from the Archean world fell to the ground after they were killed. After those secret skills were killed, they turned into secret skill runes and floated in the air. In the sky, the secret skill runes shone with all kinds of luster. They were like sparkling stars, attracting Lu Ming's attention. Lu Ming's eyes were burning. These were ordinary secret skill runes. Lu Ming could directly integrate them into his cells and reach the greater mastery level. This was very attractive to Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming rushed out and performed the greater divine wind technique to the extreme. His body was like a phantom that kept flashing. Every time he flashed, Lu Ming grabbed a secret skill rune in his hand. After flashing more than 10 times, Lu Ming obtained more than 10 secret skill runes. They were all ordinary secret skill runes. With a thought, these secret skill runes were integrated into Lu Ming's cells. They were completely under Lu Ming's control and had reached the greater mastery level. This made Lu Ming even more excited. Lu Ming continued to flash and grab the secret skill runes. "Little boy, you want to die." A few cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer from the ancient sorcerer shrine stared at Lu Ming and attacked him. "You're the ones who want to die," shouted Lu Ming coldly. He threw a punch and those cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer were destroyed. They turned into secret skill runes and Lu Ming put them away. Killing them is even more satisfying. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. He used his spiritual awareness to detect the cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine. He waved his hand and released a terrifying chi. None of the godly emperors could withstand one attack from Lu Ming. All the cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine exploded and turned into secret skill runes. After a short while, Lu Ming obtained 50 secret skill runes. Chapter 4162. Lu Ming fused more than 50 talismans into his cells. He could feel that the forbidden energy had become even stronger. Each of his cells had been fused with the forbidden energy. Therefore, when the talismans fused with his cells, they fused with the forbidden energy in his cells and made his forbidden energy become even stronger. The more cells fused with the forbidden energy, the stronger the forbidden energy became. Of course, it wasn't an increase in quantity, it was a change in quality. Lu Ming was about to continue hunting for the ordinary secret skills of the ancient sorcerer shrine when he suddenly sensed a terrifying strength above his head. It was a destructive strength. It was extremely violent and was moving towards Lu Ming. It seemed like it could destroy everything in its path. The Great Destruction Spell. Lu Ming didn't need to look, he could sense that it was one of the ancient secret skills, the Great Destruction Spell. That person had the strength of the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer. He had been fighting against the Great Supreme God Layer of the Great Supreme God Layer. He had probably seen Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. His murderous intent toward Lu Ming was extremely intense, second only to Yiyu. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming took out the Bingxian cudgel. The taboo power surged into the Bingxian cudgel crazily and he smashed it upward. Boom boom boom. The dark ice staff and the destructive energy kept colliding, creating earth-shattering explosions. However, Lu Ming's combat power was still inferior to the other parties. The Bingxian rod vibrated violently and a powerful force rushed into his body along with the Bingxian rod. His body shook violently as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body fell to the ground. A few strong cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Shrine and the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine were hit by Lu Ming and exploded. "Let's see where you can run today." The Great Art of Destruction bellowed. His body was no longer in human form. Instead, it transformed into a ball of energy. A ball of destructive energy charged toward Lu Ming. It was like a meteorite smashing toward Lu Ming. It was extremely powerful. The surrounding people, regardless of whether they were from the Grand Magus Temple or the Ancient Sorcerer Temple, were all terrified. They quickly retreated, afraid that they would be dragged into the battle. Before the attack arrived, Lu Ming felt a strong pressure. Lu Ming's body trembled. The first-grade celestial soldier armor was activated, and a light barrier enveloped him. However, Just as Lu Ming was about to activate his Tier 1 Heavenly Soldier battle armor, a ray of divine light suddenly shot towards Lu Ming from his left. Fast, it was extremely fast. Lu Ming couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by the divine light. His body shook violently, and the first-grade Celestial Soldier armor also shook violently, its energy dimming. One attack had consumed all the energy of the first-level Celestial Soldier's armor. He was a cultivator of the third great Supreme God layer. As for the divine light, it flew back a certain distance before stopping. Only then did Lu Ming clearly see the appearance of the person who attacked him. It was a beam of divine light. This was the person's true form. Could it be one of the 3,000 ancient secret skills, the Great Aurora Technique? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Great Aurora Technique was one of the top 3,000 ancient secret skills. It was as famous as the Great Destruction Technique and the Great Teleportation Technique. They were all in the top 100. Obviously, the Great Aurora Technique had also reached the third great Supreme God layer. It had destroyed the first-grade Celestial Soldier's armor in one attack. The Great Art of Destruction seized the opportunity and continued to attack Lu Ming. "Destruction, I'm your opponent," shouted someone furiously. It was a cultivator of the third great Supreme God layer from the Great Sorcerer Shrine. He ran towards the Great Destruction spell, trying to stop it. However, a silver spear pierced through the air towards the cultivator of the Great Sorcerer Temple. It had the strength of the third great Supreme God layer. The cultivator of the Great Sorcerer Temple didn't dare be careless. He had no choice but to stop and block the silver spear. "You should stay here," said a tall and slender silhouette. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His chi was incredible. "If it wasn't you, who else could it be? You're an outsider's genius. Let me fight you," shouted the cultivator of the Great Sorcerer Temple as he charged towards Yu. However, Yu's silhouette flickered and he dodged the attack. However, when the cultivator attacked the Great Destruction Technique, Yu would stop him. Boom. At that moment, Lu Ming had already used the second attack of the Great Destruction Technique. This time, Lu Ming was still pushed back and coughed up blood. Without the defense of the first-grade Heavenly Soldier armor, Lu Ming could not completely block the attack of the Great Art of Destruction with the Bingxian Rod alone. There would still be residual power bombarding his body. Even if he cast the Great Defense skill, he would not be able to block it and would be injured. Die. Seeing that Lu Ming was injured, the cultivator of the Great Destruction Technique became even more excited. He looked even more ferocious as he charged towards Lu Ming. "I can only dodge for now. Unfortunately, it seems like I won't be able to get more talismans." Lu Ming sighed in his heart and planned to use the Great Shift Technique to dodge. It was a pity that he would lose so many talismans. However, if he stayed, he might really be killed by the Great Destruction Technique. Moreover, there was the Great Aurora Technique beside him. Whoosh! Lu Ming used the Great Shift Technique and disappeared from where he was. However, the moment Lu Ming disappeared from the spot, the Great Aurora skill was unleashed. His form was a beam of light. Like a divine saber, it flashed and disappeared. Then, it slashed at a spot in the void. At that moment, Lu Ming, who was using the Great Shift Technique, felt a sense of danger. He activated the Bingxian staff with all his might and attacked in the direction of the danger. Clang! A beam of divine light struck the Bingxian staff. Lu Ming's body was sent flying out of the dark void and reappeared in front of everyone. The Great Aurora Technique is so powerful that it can penetrate the dark void and attack me. Lu Ming was shocked. The Great Aurora Technique directly interrupted the Great Shift Technique. It seemed that no ancient secret technique was invincible and could be restrained. When Lu Ming reappeared, the attack of the Great Destruction Technique had already arrived. The violent and terrifying power of destruction rushed toward Lu Ming. "This is troublesome." Lu Ming felt his heartbeat quicken. At that moment, he had just used up his old strength and had yet to generate new strength. Even if he wanted to use the Bingxian staff to resist, he was powerless. The attack of the Great Destruction Technique was about to land on him. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Because he felt that the archaic celestial stone in his sea of consciousness was vibrating on its own. Then, an invisible wave was emitted from his sea of consciousness. From the outside, people could only see that a black light was emitting from Lu Ming's glabella. It spread out like a wave. When this wave enveloped the Great Destruction Technique, the terrifying power emitted by the Great Destruction Technique dissipated at an astonishing speed. The aura of the Great Destruction Technique also declined rapidly. What's going on? What's going on? The Great Destruction Technique cried out in horror. Chapter 4163. The Great Art of Destruction screamed in horror as he felt an unprecedented weakness. This kind of weakness made him incomparably terrified. Lu Ming also noticed the abnormality. He felt that the Great Art of Destruction was extremely weak, even weaker than a first-layer Divine Emperor. It was as if he had become a Divine Emperor. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. He waved the mysterious ice staff and attacked. Although the staff did not unleash its strongest power, it was still very shocking. The huge mysterious ice staff pressed down, causing the Great Art of Destruction to scream in horror. Oh, how is this possible? My strength, where is my strength? The Great Art of Destruction screamed in horror. He used all his strength, but he felt that his strength was extremely weak. It was many times weaker than before. He could not block Lu Ming's attack. His strength could not withstand a single blow from the mysterious ice staff, and he was forced to retreat. With a loud bang, the mysterious ice staff landed on the Great Art of Destruction, causing a huge explosion. The mysterious ice staff was directly destroyed, leaving a secret skill rune floating in the air. The secret skill rune shone brightly, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the secret skill rune formed by the Great Art of Destruction. Let go of me, let go of me. The voice of the Great Art of Destruction came from the secret skill rune, but the voice was filled with horror. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and kept it in his storage ring. This is... Not far away, the Great Art of Extreme Light saw this scene and was completely stunned. He had no idea what was going on. Why did the Great Art of Destruction suddenly become so weak? Where did his strength go? Why was he killed by Lu Ming in one move? What was going on? At this moment, Lu Ming had his eyes on him. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming's eyes shone with intense excitement and anticipation. He controlled a strand of forbidden energy and inserted it into the primordial spiritual stone in his sea of consciousness. Buzz. The primordial spiritual stone trembled slightly, and a wave of ripples spread out. Swish. Lu Ming used the Great God Wind technique and continued to rush towards the Great Art of Extreme Light. You're courting death. Seeing Lu Ming take the initiative to attack, Aurora's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. He was about to attack Lu Ming. But at this moment, the primordial God Stone emitted a wave of energy that enveloped the ultimate Aurora technique. Instantly, the ultimate Aurora technique felt his strength draining away rapidly, and his aura weakened rapidly. How did this happen? What's going on? The great Aurora technique's heart shook violently. He was almost scared to death. He wanted to retreat, but his strength was too weak at the moment. Even his speed was much slower. He couldn't avoid Lu Ming's attack at all. Bang! The mysterious ice staff pressed down, and the greater Aurora technique directly collapsed, turning into a secret technique rune. Lu Ming had only activated a trace of the mysterious ice rod's power and had not used his full strength. In fact, Lu Ming felt that there was no need to use the ice sky staff at all. After all, the fluctuations of the primeval godstone had weakened his opponent to the point of being like a god emperor. Lu Ming could easily kill a divine emperor with a single strike. With a wave of his hand, he put away the secret technique rune formed by the ultimate Aurora technique. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. The great art of destruction and ultimate Aurora technique were both ranked in the top 100 among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. They were extremely mysterious and powerful. With the secret technique rune, as long as it was integrated into one's cells, one would be able to reach the beginner level and master these ancient secret techniques. So, the primeval godstone can suppress these ancient secret techniques. No wonder the people from the Sorcerer God Temple couldn't enter the great ancient dojo. Perhaps it has something to do with the primeval godstone. Lu Ming's mind raced as he roughly guessed the reason behind this. However, no one else knew that Lu Ming had the primeval Godstone. Everyone who saw Lu Ming killing the great art of destruction and ultimate aurora technique consecutively was stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this guy be so powerful? Yi was also filled with doubts. He knew very well how powerful the great art of destruction and ultimate aurora technique were. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill the great art of destruction and ultimate aurora technique. At most, he would be able to tie with them. However, Lu Ming could easily kill the great art of destruction and ultimate aurora technique. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could easily kill him too? At the thought of this, he felt a chill in his heart and broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but retreat quickly to distance himself from Lu Ming. He was afraid that Lu Ming would attack him. At this moment, Lu Ming was overjoyed. His eyes were as bright as stars as he glanced at the other secret techniques. Then, he used the great teleportation technique and appeared among the group of ordinary secret techniques in a flash. The primeval Godstone between his eyebrows emitted waves of energy and shrouded the ordinary secret techniques. Immediately, the aura of these ordinary secret techniques weakened rapidly. They were only at the Divine Emperor realm. Now, they were even more vulnerable. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he slashed out violently. Of course, he was targeting the secret techniques of the ancient Sorcerer God Temple and not the Great Sorcerer God Temple. Bang bang bang, these ordinary secret techniques were no match for Lu Ming. Their bodies kept exploding and turning into talismans. Lu Ming waved his hand and collected them all. At this moment, Lu Ming had attracted everyone's attention, including those who were fighting in the sky, such as the ancient Sorcerer God Temple's leader. "I'll kill him," shouted a white-haired old man coldly. He took a step forward and dashed towards Lu Ming. His speed was astonishing and his aura was terrifying. Wherever he passed, the empty space became chaotic. How strong! He has the strength of the fourth great supreme god layer. Lu Ming was taken aback. There was a grave expression in his eyes. That was definitely a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer. His aura was terrifying. He was much stronger than a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming wasn't sure if he could defeat him. Even though the primeval godstone could suppress cultivators of the third great supreme god layer, could it suppress cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer? The old man was too fast. He was already 100 li away from Lu Ming. A terrifying attack was already moving towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't dodge the attack of a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer. Even if he used the great teleportation technique, it would be useless. Now, he could only risk it. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. He didn't retreat. Instead, he dashed towards the old man. The cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer was stupefied. He looked worried and worried. But at that moment, there was no way out. Boom! The cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer released his strongest attack. That attack was terrifying. Ordinary cultivators of the third great supreme god layer would have been crushed into pieces in front of that attack. At that moment, the primeval godstone released some chi. When the chi passed by the primeval godstone, it was like a snowflake touching a flame. It melted and disappeared. At the same time, the cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer was also surrounded by the primeval godstone's chi. Chapter 4164. That cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer was also surrounded by the ancient godly stone. His chi started to weaken rapidly. Almost in an instant, he was suppressed to below the Emperor God realm and was only left with the cultivation of the Divine Emperor realm. Oh no! The cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer was terrified. A cold chi rose from his feet to the top of his head and he started to retreat. But how could Lu Ming let him retreat? As soon as Lu Ming saw that the cultivator was suppressed, he immediately attacked. This time, Lu Ming didn't use the mysterious ice rod because he didn't need it. A godly emperor layer cultivator needed the mysterious ice rod? He immediately threw a punch. The cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer gave a horrible shriek as his body exploded and turned into a talisman floating in the air. Following that, Zhang Xian grabbed the secret art talisman and put it away. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This time, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was in turmoil, and he found it hard to calm down. That cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer had been killed just like that? There weren't many cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer in the entire ancient world. For example, the ancient sorcerer shrine only had 8 cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer. There was also a cultivator of the fifth great supreme god layer, the shrine master of the ancient sorcerer shrine. He was second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Surprisingly, Lu Ming had killed such a cultivator with one punch. Why? What does he have that can suppress us? Terrified voices rang out one after another. They were filled with doubt. However, nobody thought of the ancient godly stone. In fact, those ancient secret techniques didn't know about the ancient godly stone. They all thought that the cultivators of the ancient divine court had comprehended the ancient secret techniques and that they had gained sentience after a long time. They didn't know that they were the masters of the ancient divine court and that they had comprehended the ancient secret techniques from the ancient godly stone. Lu Ming didn't care about them. His silhouette flickered and he rushed towards the crowd. Wherever he passed, the auras of the secret techniques rapidly weakened. However, Lu Ming discovered a strange thing. The living beings with flesh and blood in the ancient world would not be affected at all. Their auras were still as powerful as before. As expected, the ancient godly stone only worked on secret techniques, no matter if they were ordinary or ancient secret techniques. Because the ancient divine court's secret techniques originated from the ancient godly stone. The master of the ancient divine court had comprehended the 3,000 ancient secret techniques from the ancient godly stone. Then, the 3,000 ancient secret techniques had evolved into ordinary secret techniques. After these secret techniques took form, they were naturally countered by the primeval god stone. The others had also noticed this. And kill him. The voice of the ancient sorcerer temple's hall master reverberated throughout the place. Die. In the territory ruled by the ancient sorcerer divine temple, the living beings of flesh and blood in the ancient world roared and charged toward Lu Ming. Most of those people had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. A few of them had the strength of the second. Level 3 divine court god layer level god realm. The godly god realm god realm. That great god ice rod layer godhead. Bang. A cultivator of the second great supreme god layer was blown to pieces by Lu Ming. Then, the mysterious ice rod pressed down like Mount Tai. 7 or 8 cultivators of the first great supreme god layer were crushed to death. So strong. He's already so strong. How can we fight him? Retreat. The flesh and blood creatures were scared out of their wits. They no longer dared to attack Lu Ming and frantically retreated. They were not Lu Ming's match at all. How could they rush up to court death? Great. These ancient secret skills are all mine. Lu Ming laughed in his heart as he looked at the ancient mystic skills in the sky. Using the greater teleportation technique, he appeared in the middle of a bunch of ancient secret techniques. As soon as the ancient sorcerer temple's ancient secret techniques saw Lu Ming, they roared and charged at Lu Ming, preparing to launch all sorts of attacks. Unfortunately, before they could launch their attacks, the ancient god stone in Lu Ming's mind had already released waves of energy that enveloped them. Then, the auras of the ancient secret techniques around Lu Ming rapidly weakened. Whether it was the great sorcerer temples or the ancient sorcerer temple's secret techniques, they were all suppressed to the great supreme god level. This made all the ancient secret techniques terrified. What's going on? I'm being suppressed. What's going on? Many people shouted. The ancient secret skills of the great sorcerer divine temple were slightly better. They knew that Lu Ming was on their side. However, the ancient secret skills of the ancient sorcerer divine temple were horrified. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming had already launched his attack. Boom boom boom. Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of dazzling white light as he continuously punched out with his fists. His fists pierced through the void and headed towards the ancient sorcerer temple's ancient secret techniques. Each of his fists was like a shooting star that pierced through the void. It was extremely powerful. The ancient secret skills of the ancient sorcerer divine temple were suppressed below the level of a god-emperor. They could not withstand Lu Ming's attack at all. As the fist force blasted past them, their bodies directly exploded, leaving only a secret skill rune behind. After Lu Ming's attack, there were more than 20 secret technique runes in the air. They shone with various lights, and screams of terror could be heard from the secret technique runes. These were the spiritual intelligence of the secret technique runes. Lu Ming reached out his hand and a powerful suction force burst out from his palm. He grabbed the secret technique runes in his hand. However, Lu Ming didn't put the secret technique runes away this time. Instead, he held them in his hand and started to inject forbidden energy into them to destroy the spiritual intelligence of the ancient secret technique runes. Lu Ming was preparing for a rainy day. Although the ancient divine stone could suppress the ancient secret techniques and ordinary secret techniques, it was useless against ordinary beings. He couldn't suppress the core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace. If Yi Yu attacked him, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Therefore, he had to become stronger as quickly as possible. If he could break through to the 9th godly emperor layer, he wouldn't need to fear Yi Yu anymore. Even though Lu Ming was refining the spiritual intelligence of the secret technique runes, he didn't stop moving. His silhouette flickered and he reappeared in another place. A group of ancient secret techniques was surrounded by the ancient divine stone's waves of energy. After another wave of attacks, dozens of ancient secret techniques were killed. They were panicking. The strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer temple were panicking. The ancient sorcerer temple only had 800 secret techniques in total. Now, 40 or 50 of them had been destroyed. How could they accept that? The other ancient secret techniques were panicking. Master, what should we do? What should we do? Someone with ancient secret techniques asked the ancient sorcerer temple master. Nobody dared attack Lu Ming anymore. Even cultivators of the 4th great supreme god layer had been killed instantly. Who would dare attack him? Even though the ancient sorcerer temple's master had the strength of the 5th great supreme god layer, he didn't dare take the risk. Chapter 4165. Damn it! Damn it! The ancient sorcerer shrine's shrine master roared furiously. His heart was filled with killing intent. He really wanted to rush forward and slap Lu Ming to death. However, he did not dare to do so. Lu Ming had killed a cultivator of the 4th great supreme god layer in an instant. Even though he could easily kill a cultivator of the 4th great supreme god layer, he wasn't confident. He didn't know Lu Ming's limit, and he didn't know what kind of treasure Lu Ming had that could suppress them. Retreat! Retreat! The ancient sorcerer shrine's shrine master said unwillingly. Even though he wasn't willing, he had to retreat. He didn't want to retreat, but he had no choice. Retreating would give the great sorcerer shrine time to absorb the knowledge and imprints left by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. It would only be a matter of time before they surpassed the ancient sorcerer shrine. However, if they stayed, they would probably be killed by Lu Ming. If Lu Ming killed them, they would die immediately. Given one of the two choices, he could only choose to retreat. While they were discussing, Lu Ming killed another group of ancient sorcerer shrine's secret skills and obtained a few dozen talismans. The ancient sorcerer shrine's secret skills didn't dare get close to Lu Ming. They fled in all directions. Don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming chased after the ancient sorcerer shrine's experts, killing them as he did so. When the ancient sorcerer shrine's experts were enveloped by the ancient divine stone's energy, they were suppressed and their strength weakened rapidly. Lu Ming could easily kill them. Kill them. Let's attack together. Don't let them escape, shouted the great sorcerer shrine's shrine master. At that moment, he was so excited that his body was trembling. This time, it was really too unexpected. He had never dreamed that Lu Ming would be able to do something like this. At the same time, he was terrified. If Lu Ming could easily kill the ancient sorcerer shrine's secret skills, he could definitely do the same to the great sorcerer shrine's secret skills. He rejoiced, extremely rejoiced that Lu Ming was on their side. Otherwise, he didn't dare to think further. Now, he just needed to seize the opportunity and kill as many people as he could from the ancient sorcerer temple. The warriors of the Grand Sorcerer Temple were in high spirits as they roared and charged towards the warriors of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple. The Ancient Sorcerer Shrine was completely one-sided. Damn it! In the distance, Yiyu roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with killing intent. This brat seems to be in possession of some kind of treasure that can suppress the secret techniques of the Archean world. However, it seems to have no effect on the ordinary creatures of the Archean world. In that case, it should also have no effect on us, Yiyu thought quickly. He was a peerless genius and abnormally intelligent. Although he wasn't very calm right now, he could still see where the problem was. However, he was still a little hesitant to rush up and fight Lu Ming. What if Lu Ming could also suppress him? Wouldn't that be a dead end for him? However, he was unwilling to just watch Lu Ming kill the warriors of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple and obtain their secret technique runes. He didn't know that Lu Ming could directly integrate the secret technique runes into his cells, but he knew that every secret technique rune represented a secret technique of the Archean world. The more Lu Ming obtained, the more unhappy he was. He had to stop him. Turning his gaze, Yiyu already had an idea. You guys, go and test Mu Yun's strength. Yiyu looked at the core disciples of the big shots of the Heavenly Palace. Let's go. The core disciples of the Heavenly Palace's core disciples changed their expressions and became a little ugly. They were not fools. Naturally, they knew what Yiyu was thinking. She wanted them to test the waters and see if Lu Ming could suppress them. If Lu Ming could suppress them, then Yiyu didn't need to go up and just ran away. If Lu Ming couldn't suppress them, then Yiyu would have to take action. This was pushing the danger to them, so he naturally didn't want to. What? Do I have to say it again? Yiyu's voice was cold, and his cold eyes swept across the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace. This made the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace's core disciples even more uncomfortable. Although they were core disciples of the Heavenly Palace's core disciples, when they walked out of the Heavenly Palace and faced the universe's tribes, they were absolutely superior. Many of the tribe leaders had to be respectful to them. However, they weren't from the Heavenly Human tribe, and their status was still very far from the real Heavenly Human tribe. Not to mention compared to Yiyu, who was a top genius even in the Heavenly Human tribe. If Yiyu was unhappy with them and used some tricks behind their backs, they would be unable to move an inch in the Heavenly Palace and lose their great future. Since Master Yiyu has given us the order, how could we not obey? Said one of the young men with a smile. His battle armor shone and a layer of light enveloped him. He immediately took out a great weapon and rushed towards Lu Ming. I'll attack too. Me too. Seeing that someone was going to attack, the other core disciples of the Heavenly Palace also stepped forward. They activated their battle armor and rushed towards Lu Ming with all kinds of great weapons in their hands. Their speed was very fast. Like streams of flowing light, they cut through the void and approached Lu Ming rapidly. They hadn't arrived yet, but many powerful attacks were already heading towards Lu Ming. These people were very strong, and some of them were even as talented as the battle god Yuanwen. They could cross 5 levels to fight. Even cultivators of the second great supreme god layer couldn't defeat them when they used their great weapons. So many people were attacking, and their attacks were very powerful, so Lu Ming had to be careful. He took out the Zephyr bead and used all his strength to draw out the energy inside. A powerful gust of wind rushed out and turned into a gust of wind barrier, blocking in front of him. Boom boom boom. One attack after another bombarded the gale barrier. The gale barrier shook violently and finally exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming used the Zephyr bead to block those people's attacks while he continued killing the ancient sorcerer shrine's secret skills. In such a short time, he had already killed more than 100 ancient sorcerer shrines' secret skills. On top of that, he had already destroyed more than 20 talismans. Fuse. Lu Ming's mind stirred and more than 20 secret skill runes were integrated into more than 20 different cells by Lu Ming. In a flash, Lu Ming sensed that he had already mastered more than 20 ancient sorcerer shrines' secret skills, even though he was just a beginner. But he could already use some of the mysteries of the ancient sorcerer shrine's secret skills. At the same time, Pure energy kept flowing out of the 20 ancient sorcerer shrine cells and into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming sensed that his cultivation level was rapidly increasing. He was getting closer to the 9th godly emperor layer. Surround him. The core disciples of the heavenly palace formed an arc and charged toward Lu Ming. They continued to attack Lu Ming with all kinds of attacks, blocking Lu Ming's path to continue hunting for the primordial mystic skills. Chapter 4166. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anger. He turned around and rushed towards the core disciples of the heavenly palace. As he rushed out, the mysterious ice staff in his hand rapidly enlarged and swept out. The mysterious ice staff vibrated and turned into dozens of staff shadows, attacking the dozens of core disciples of the heavenly palace. A violent explosion sounded. Lu Ming's attack collided with the attacks of the core disciples of the heavenly palace. Although the core disciples of the heavenly palace were strong, they were still no match for Lu Ming. Their attacks were directly defeated. The staff shadows bombarded their bodies, and the dozens of core disciples of the heavenly palace were blown away like sandbags. If it weren't for their battle suits, they would have been seriously injured, if not killed. After sending the dozens of core disciples of the heavenly palace flying, Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. The mysterious ice staff continued to sweep out. Dozens of staff shadows appeared and attacked the core disciples of the heavenly palace. None of the core disciples of the heavenly palace could compete with Lu Ming. Even the strongest of them was no match for Lu Ming. They were blown away one after another. In the distance, Yi Yu saw this scene and was happy instead of shocked. As expected, Lu Ming could only suppress the secret skills of the archaic world. He couldn't suppress the living beings of flesh and blood, nor could he suppress them. That made things easier. He wouldn't be suppressed. His combat strength was stronger than Lu Ming's, so he could easily take care of Lu Ming. Muyan, today, I'll kill you. Yi Yu roared and rushed towards Lu Ming with the silver spear in his hand. The silver spear was like a silver lightning, piercing through the void. In an instant, it was close to Lu Ming. The silver spear let out a terrifying whistling sound and aimed at Lu Ming's forehead. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's face turned serious, and he attacked with the mysterious ice staff. Clang. When the mysterious ice rod and the silver spear collided, a violent shockwave erupted. Immediately after, the mysterious ice rod violently vibrated. Lu Ming's body violently shook, and he was sent flying by the violent power of the silver spear. Brat, let's see how arrogant you can be. Seeing that he had sent Lu Ming flying with just one move, Yi Yu's courage was boosted. His killing intent exploded. The powerful and mysterious energy in his body continuously poured into the silver spear, causing the silver spear to emit a dazzling light, like a silver sun. Then, this silver sun turned into a sharp edge and pierced towards Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed several hundred miles of space. This attack was even stronger than the previous one. Clearly, the silver spear in Yi Yu's hand was no small matter. It was most likely of a very high grade. Although these top prodigies would usually have a powerful killing weapon as their trump card, they would not be able to use it. However, there were also differences in strength between these weapons. The silver spear in Yi Yu's hand was one of the best weapons of mass destruction. Even if it was not as good as the mysterious ice rod, it was not far off. I am still not a match for Yi Yu. I can only avoid him for the time being. Lu Ming made his decision. His first-class celestial soldier armor had been drained of energy by the Great Destruction Art and Great Aurora Art. Without the first-class celestial soldier armor, Lu Ming's own defense could not be guaranteed. Moreover, after continuously activating the mysterious ice rod, Lu Ming had consumed a lot of energy. If they continued to fight with Yi Yu, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Greater Shift Art. Lu Ming immediately used the Greater Shift Art, and his body disappeared from the spot. The next moment he appeared thousands of miles away, in the middle of a pile of ancient secret skills. In his sea of consciousness, the primordial god stone emitted waves of energy, and the aura of these ancient secret skills rapidly weakened. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming continuously punched and killed these ancient secret skills. Lu Ming obtained more than a dozen secret skill runes. Damn it! Yi Yu shouted. His body was shrouded in a layer of golden light. In a flash, he appeared not far away from Lu Ming, as if he had teleported. The silver spear continued to stab at Lu Ming. So fast. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Yi Yu's speed was also very fast. Although it was not a shift, it was not much slower than his greater shift art. Lu Ming did not hesitate and continued to use the greater shift art to dodge. At the same time, he continued to erase the spiritual intelligence of the secret skill runes to increase his cultivation base. All of you, spread out and seal the void. Don't let him use the greater shift art. Yi Yu shouted. His voice reached the ears of the core disciples of the ancient sorcerer shrine and the heavenly palace, as well as the other sky prides of the heavenly human tribe. That's right. Let's move. Quick! The ancient secret skills of the ancient sorcerer shrine spread out and emitted violent waves. They were using their powerful energy to seal the void. Yi Yu would not be suppressed. Instead, he could suppress Lu Ming. This gave the people of the ancient sorcerer shrine hope. They stopped running away and cooperated with Yi Yu. At the same time, the core disciples of the heavenly palace and the sky prides of the heavenly human tribe all joined in the fight. With so many experts making a move, the entire sky became as sticky as a paste. It was very difficult for Lu Ming to cast the transference skill as he could not break the space. However, the people of the Great Sorcerer Shrine would not let them succeed. Don't let them succeed. Break them up. The Grand Sorcerer Shrine Master shouted. He led the experts of the Grand Sorcerer Shrine and charged toward the people of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine. They wanted to break the seal that the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had on Lu Ming so that Lu Ming could move freely. Lu Ming was the key to their victory. They could not let anything happen to Lu Ming. If Lu Ming joined in the fight, the outcome would be unpredictable. Even if they won, they would have to pay a heavy price. Stop them. This is our last chance. If we don't stop them, we will all die. Fight to the death. The experts of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine roared. Their eyes were bloodshot. Some of them even started to burn their origin energy to increase their combat strength to the maximum. Fight to the death, regardless of the consequences. The people of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine knew that this was their last chance. If they did not seize the opportunity, they would be killed when the Grand Sorcerer Shrine's strength increased. They had to seize the opportunity to seal off Lu Ming. Once Yi Yu killed Lu Ming, they would have a chance to turn the tables. After Yi Yu killed Lu Ming, they would be able to obtain the treasure that Lu Ming had that could suppress them. Then, they could use it to suppress the people of the Grand Sorcerer Shrine. That would be a great victory for them and all their losses would be worth it. At the thought of this, the people of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine went crazy. They attacked with all their might. Although the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had fewer people than the Grand Sorcerer Shrine and they had to divert their attention to seal off the space, they still managed to hold off the people of the Grand Sorcerer Shrine. Kill! Yi Yu roared. His golden hair flew in the wind. He held a silver spear in his hand and charged toward Lu Ming like an invincible god of war. Lu Ming could not use the teleportation skill. He was slower than Yi Yu in terms of speed and could not escape. Chapter 4167. Lu Ming could not escape, so he could only take the blow head-on. Buzz. The obsidian staff vibrated and emitted a terrifying chill. It was like a frozen mountain as it smashed towards Yi Yu. At the same time, the gale pearl continued to draw out strong winds, turning them into wind blades that slashed towards Yi Yu. Even so, Lu Ming was no match for Yi Yu. The wind blades were defeated, and the obsidian staff vibrated. Lu Ming retreated quickly. His body was hit by the remaining force, and there were wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely. However, before Lu Ming could stabilize himself, Yi Yu's attack came again. This time, the silver spear turned into hundreds of spear shadows and pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to block it, but he could not block it completely. His body was pierced by a few spear shadows. Lu Ming's body flew out and he coughed up blood. A hole had appeared in his body, connecting the front and back of his body. Lu Ming kept coughing up blood. He was hit directly, but it still caused him a lot of injuries. Fortunately, Lu Ming had a taboo body. There were no vital points on his body. Although there were a few holes, it did not affect his combat strength. Great! The experts of the ancient sorcerer temple were overjoyed when they saw this. As long as Yi Yu killed Lu Ming, the scales of victory would tip towards them. Oh no! The people of the great sorcerer temple were the opposite. They could not help but feel anxious and increased their attacks. The experts from both sides fought fiercely. It was extremely tragic, and people were constantly being killed. Die! Seeing Lu Ming severely injured, Yi Yu's eyes became even more ferocious. His killing intent intensified, and his attacks became even more violent. Soon continue to destroy it. In the face of such a situation, Lu Ming's eyes were still calm. The reason why it was so one-sided when he faced Yi Yu was that he had used a portion of his taboo power to destroy the intelligence in the secret skill rune. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so quickly. He could have resisted for a while longer. However, even so, Lu Ming did not plan to stop destroying the secret skill rune's intelligence, because this was the key to turning defeat into victory. After being sent flying, Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly, flying backward. Lu Ming, let me help you, Qiuqiu's anxious voice came from his wrist. Don't move, Qiuqiu. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu had the strength of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. He hadn't broken through to the great supreme god layer. Even if Qiuqiu helped, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Lu Ming could not let Qiuqiu take any risks. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. This was because more than 20 runes had been obliterated by Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had erased most of the talismans of the first great supreme god layer. The lower the cultivation level, the easier it was to erase the talismans. Only a few had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. But this time, there was a talisman of the third great supreme god layer. It was the Great Aurora technique. Lu Ming needed to use the Great Aurora technique. Once the intelligence in the secret skill runes was obliterated, Lu Ming immediately integrated these secret skill runes into his cells. In an instant, Lu Ming grasped those skills. At the same time, a powerful strength emerged and rapidly increased Lu Ming's cultivation level. Soon, I'll break through to the top of the 8th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At this point, he could start breaking through to the 9th godly emperor layer. At that moment, Yi Yu's voice was filled with murder. His silhouette flickered as he moved towards Lu Ming. Over 100 spear shadows moved towards Lu Ming. It covered a large area and Lu Ming had nowhere to retreat. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Great Aurora technique, whispered Lu Ming. A moment later, his body changed drastically. His flesh and blood turned into a beam of light. A beam of light. Swish. With a flash of the aurora, Lu Ming's figure appeared 100 miles away, dodging Yi Yu's attack. The hundreds of spear shadows that Yi Yu thrust out pierced the air. How is that possible? Yi Yu's eyes were wide open as if he had seen a ghost. He was staring at Lu Ming. Everyone who saw this scene in the surroundings felt the same way. The Great Aurora technique. How did Lu Ming use the Great Aurora technique? They were sure that Lu Ming had used the Great Aurora technique to dodge Yi Yu's attack. How did Lu Ming suddenly know how to use the Great Aurora technique? Had he just learned it? But how was that possible? This was an ancient secret technique. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, the Aurora art was ranked in the top 100 among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. It was extremely mysterious and the difficulty of cultivating it was also extremely high. How could he learn it in such a short time? Could it be that Lu Ming had already mastered the Great Aurora technique? But if Lu Ming had already mastered the Great Aurora technique, why didn't he use it before? Why did he wait until now to use it in the face of such a crisis? It didn't make sense. In short, these people were dumbfounded. Yi Yu was the first to react. He roared, "Mu Yun, stop. I order you, idiot!" Lu Ming's disdainful voice came out. He used the Great Aurora technique and appeared in another area in a flash, distancing himself from Yi Yu. Although the Great Aurora Technique couldn't directly move through the void like the Great Teleportation Technique and ignore the obstruction of physical objects, the Great Aurora Technique was extremely fast in short-distance movement. It was like a real beam of light. It was quite similar to Yu Yu's movement technique. Despicable scum, Yu Yu gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to skin Lu Ming and pull out the tendons of such a despicable person. Yes, in his eyes, Lu Ming was incomparably despicable. He was their slave. Such a person dared to contradict him time and time again, and even dared to attack him. It was simply unforgivable. He unleashed all his strength and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the Great Aurora Technique to dodge, and his speed wasn't inferior to his. He couldn't catch up with Lu Ming at all for a moment. Lu Ming dodged while taking out a part of the secret skill runes to obliterate the spiritual intelligence within. Both sides were in a stalemate. The experts of the Great Sorcerer Temple attacked crazily, while the experts of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple defended desperately. In their eyes, what they needed to do now was to buy time for Yi Yu. Hold on, we must hold on. That kid is in a passive position. If this continues, he will definitely be killed by young Master Yi Yu. That's right. What we need to do is to buy time for young Master Yi Yu and not be disturbed. You must hold on. The experts of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple roared and defended desperately. In this way, the battle between both sides became even more tragic. The number of experts who died was also increasing rapidly. In the sky, ancient secret skills were shattered from time to time, turning into secret skill runes and floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed. Done. Lu Ming was elated. He had destroyed the spiritual intelligence of another batch of ancient mystic skill runes. Moreover, in this batch of secret skill runes, there were 2 third-level Emperor God secret skill runes. This time, I will definitely be able to break through. Lu Ming was determined. Chapter 4168. After dodging for a while, Lu Ming finally destroyed more than 20 talismans. Among them, there were 2 talismans of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. He didn't hesitate to fuse those talismans with his cells. Boom! Immediately, those cells erupted like volcanoes. Pure and powerful energy surged into Lu Ming's body, penetrating into each of his cells and strengthening the forbidden strength in them. Lu Ming's taboo power reached saturation all of a sudden. "Break through!" shouted Lu Ming. He started breaking through to the 9th godly emperor layer. His body was shaking violently. Every cell in his body was shaking. His potential was being stimulated unceasingly. His aura continued to climb, and when it reached a limit, it suddenly soared. He had broken through. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer with the help of 60 talismans. It was all thanks to the few 3rd stage the Archgod secret skill runes. The energy contained in them was too pure and powerful. That was why Lu Ming had a breakthrough in one go. How is that possible? Yi Yu, who was chasing after Lu Ming, could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming had broken through while fighting against him. How was that possible? Could it be that Lu Ming kept dodging and retreating just now because he wanted to buy time for a breakthrough? "You want to die? I won't let that happen in front of me," shouted Yu Yu furiously. His handsome face looked even more ferocious. Lu Ming had broken through while fighting against him. That was a slap to his face. It was a great humiliation for him. Wasn't it obvious that Lin Fan was stepping on him? Who was he? He was a peerless genius of the heavenly human clan. A despicable human dared to step on him? He couldn't stand it. His eyes were red. He dashed toward Lu Ming with all his might, hollering, "Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. Fight me. If you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish." This time, Lu Ming stopped and put away the Gale Pearl. Holding the obsidian staff in one hand, he stood in the air and looked coldly at Yi Yu. He had already broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer. He was as strong as Yi Yu. At the same level, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of anyone. So what if he was a peerless monster of the heavenly human tribe? So what if you have a breakthrough? You'll still die. Kill. Yi Yu let out a long roar. The silver spear emitted a dazzling radiance and pierced towards Lu Ming. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. An ordinary person would have been pierced through by the spear before they could even react. However, Lu Ming was able to clearly capture the trajectory of the long spear. Forbidden energy poured into the mysterious ice staff, and using the staff as a spear, he stabbed out. Clang. When the mysterious ice rod and the silver spear collided, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Waves of terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the space would constantly explode. The two weapons shook violently. Then, Lu Ming and Yi's bodies shook violently at the same time and they were both pushed back. This time, the fight had ended in a draw. Damn it! Yi roared in his heart, glaring at Lu Ming. He blocked it. It's a draw. The people around them were also astonished. However, they were astonished in a completely different way. The people of the ancient sorcerer shrine were astonished and terrified. Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer and was now able to compete with Yi. That way, they had lost the advantage that they had gained with great difficulty. Previously, Lu Ming had killed hundreds of ancient sorcerer shrine cultivators. In terms of the number of ancient sorcerer shrine cultivators, they were already behind the great sorcerer shrine. If Lu Ming and Yi had a draw, the situation would be very disadvantageous for them. On the other hand, the Grand Magus God Temple was surprised and delighted at the same time. Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer and blocked Yi's attack. That way, they had the upper hand. Everyone, don't rush to attack. Slow down. The great sorcerer shrine ordered. Now that they had the upper hand, they did not need to rush to fight with the people of the ancient sorcerer shrine. They only needed to slow down and use their advantage in numbers. Some of them could join forces to deal with the people of the ancient sorcerer shrine. The longer the fight, the more obvious their advantage would be. It could be said that Lu Ming's breakthrough had caused a fundamental reversal of the situation between the two parties. I don't believe it. Yi roared and continued to attack Lu Ming with the silver spear in his hand. Lu Ming was not afraid at all and charged forward with the obsidian staff in his hand. Clang, clang. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. They continued to attack each other at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. After dozens of blows, there was still no clear winner. However, after 30 blows, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Lu Ming had just broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer, but as the battle continued, Lu Ming's potential was constantly stimulated and turned into forbidden energy. Lu Ming's cultivation level was stabilized and his combat strength was slowly increasing. After the breakthrough, he could use the power with ease. Also, the level of the obsidian staff was definitely higher than the silver spear in his opponent's hand. As Lu Ming's cultivation level was stabilized, the power of the obsidian staff became stronger and stronger. It began to suppress the silver spear. In the blink of an eye, another 20 blows had been exchanged. Clang. Another earth-shattering roar sounded and the two of them retreated. This time, Lu Ming only took 3 steps back, while Yi took 7 steps back. No, impossible, impossible. Yi roared and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. He seemed to be unable to accept the result. He was no match for Lu Ming when they were at the same level. Who was he? He was from the heavenly human clan. On the other hand, Lu Ming was merely a human, a despicable human. From the name, it was obvious that the heavenly human clan had the word Tion in front of it. It meant that they were suppressing the human clan. But now, he, a peerless genius of the heavenly human clan, was being suppressed by a human of the same level. He was proud and arrogant, so he couldn't accept it. The people of the ancient sorcerer shrine were also feeling depressed. The situation was worse than they had expected. If Yi was defeated by Lu Ming, the ancient sorcerer shrine would be destroyed. Because Lu Ming had a treasure that could suppress them. Even though there were cultivators of the 4th or 5th great supreme god layer among them, under normal circumstances, they could kill Lu Ming with a single slap. However, they would be suppressed. Once they were suppressed, they would be slapped to death by Lu Ming. It's over, it's over. The strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine were terrified. Did God want them to die? Of course, The people of the Great Sorcerer Shrine were the opposite. They were extremely happy that they had chosen to cooperate with Lu Ming. Nothing is impossible. In my opinion, man can conquer nature. The celestial race is not invincible, said Lu Ming coldly. His chi became even stronger. He took a step forward and moved towards Yiyu. Chapter 4169. Previously, Yiyu was the one who initiated the attack. Now, Lu Ming was the one who initiated the attack. Boom! Lu Ming held the Bingxian staff with both hands and shouted. The Bingxian staff grew to the size of a mountain and smashed toward Yiyu. The power it exuded was even more shocking. Yiyu roared and stabbed the silver spear with all his might. When it collided with the Bingxian staff, there was a loud explosion. However, Yiyu's body was pushed back. A terrifying chill flowed along the silver spear and spread toward his body as if it was going to freeze his body. Lu Ming retreated even less this time. Weapon, it's his weapon. The weapon in his hand is of a higher grade than mine. That's why he can suppress me. Yiyu thought quickly and calmed himself down. He believed that the reason why Lu Ming was stronger than him was because of the Bingxian staff. If I don't have a weapon and just rely on my own combat strength, I will definitely be stronger than him. Then, Yiyu's eyes flashed with wisdom. A jade talisman appeared in his hand. The Forbidden Weapon Area Seal. Lu Ming knew at a glance that it was the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal. Bang! Yiyu did not hesitate and crushed the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal. All of a sudden, a mysterious wave was emitted rapidly. It was so fast that Lu Ming and Yiyu were shrouded in it all of a sudden. Lu Ming felt that he had lost contact with the Bingxian staff when he was enveloped by this mysterious power. The Bingxian staff's aura also weakened rapidly. It became dull and lifeless. Lu Ming's connection with the Bingxian staff was cut off. At the same time, Yiyu himself was also cut off by the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal. He lost contact with the silver spear in his hand. Not only that, but the light of his battle suit also dimmed. Under the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal, all divine weapons could not be used, including the battle suit. Yiyu put away the silver spear and his body was shrouded in a strange layer. This kind of power was called the power of heaven. It was a very powerful power. Even among the heavenly human tribe, only a few people could master it. I didn't expect that you could force me to use the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal. I will give you a dignified death, Yiyu said coldly. When his eyes opened and closed, a terrifying light burst forth. He had mixed feelings. He never expected that there would be a day when he would be forced to use the Forbidden Armament Domain Runic Seal. Normally, it would be others who would use the Forbidden Armament Domain Runic Seal on him. Although he had a few Forbidden Armament Domain runes on him, they were only for emergencies. In truth, he did not think that he would be able to use them. He didn't expect that he would have to use the Forbidden Weapon Domain Seal against a mere Lu Ming. Very well, then let's fight with our true abilities. Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. Without any external help, could Yiyu defeat him by himself? He could only disappoint the other party. Lu Ming put away the Ice Mystic Staff and continued to charge toward Yiyu. The battle formula was activated, and the secret techniques in his cells exploded along with the forbidden power. Lu Ming's body was covered by a layer of snow-white light, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, and a fist energy blasted towards Yiyu. This fist energy seemed simple, but it actually contained the power of many secret techniques. Not to mention the ordinary secret techniques, just the archaic secret techniques alone contained many different kinds. Heaven's killing fist kill! Yiyu roared and formed a fist seal. His hands trembled a few times before he punched out. This punch was extremely terrifying, and it directly smashed through the void. Boom! The two fists heavily smashed together, and a violent tremor erupted between heaven and earth. Both of their bodies trembled at the same time, and they staggered for a moment. But in an instant, both of them steadied themselves and charged at each other again. Boom! 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 The two of them engaged in an intense battle, and their attacks were like a storm, pouring towards each other. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. To be honest, Yiyu's combat strength was really terrifying. In a battle of the same level, his combat strength was actually not much weaker than Lu Ming's. Suddenly, Lu Ming deliberately showed an opening. Die! Yi Yu seized the opportunity and blasted out a blow. It was like a bolt of lightning and it hit Lu Ming. However, a layer of light appeared on Lu Ming's body. This was not the defense of the armor, but one of the 3,000 archaic secret techniques, the Great Defense Technique. The defensive power of the Great Defense Technique was very shocking. Although it was hit, most of the power was blocked. Lu Ming's body trembled, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, Lu Ming's attacks did not stop at all. The moment he was hit, he also made a move. This attack also hit Yi Yu. Bam! Yi Yu's body flew out like a sandbag, and a large part of his chest caved in. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face was pale. Obviously, his defensive power was not as strong as Lu Ming's. It seems that true ability is not enough. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. You're courting death, divine punishment. Yi Yu howled madly. He lifted his hands up as if he was lifting an extremely heavy object. Then, from his palms, bolts of lightning shot out. Yes, it was lightning. However, this kind of lightning was completely different from the lightning that Lu Ming had encountered before. This kind of lightning was as white as snow, and it was like a holy light. However, there was a terrifying aura that was emitted. This is divine punishment. Young Master Yi Yu has cultivated a trace of divine punishment. In the distance, a young man from the heavenly human tribe exclaimed, It's really divine punishment, one of the 4 most powerful forces of our tribe. It's the evolved version of the power of heaven. Young Master Yi Yu is indeed a peerless genius of our tribe. With the power of divine punishment, he can definitely kill Mu Yun. The other members of the heavenly human tribe exclaimed in shock. Obviously, this kind of power of divine punishment had also shocked the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of seriousness in them. His instincts told him that the power of the lightning made him feel threatened. It's your honor to die under my divine punishment. Go to hell. Yi Yu roared. He pressed his palms together, and the terrifying lightning blasted towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Great defensive technique, great boulder technique, great firmness technique, great divine pagoda technique. Lu Ming shouted softly. He activated his power to the extreme and used several kinds of ancient secret skills consecutively. Among them, only the great defensive technique was exchanged by Lu Ming from the heavenly palace. In addition, he had cultivated it to the greater success stage in the creation pagoda. The other ancient secret techniques were previously integrated into his cells. They had not reached the greater success stage and were only at the beginner stage. However, these ancient secret techniques were all used to increase one's defensive power. With so many of them added together, their defensive power was extremely shocking. Boom! While Lu Ming increased his defensive power, he also increased his offensive power to the extreme. He threw out a punch. The force of the punch collided with Yi Yu's divine punishment. Sizzle! The terrifying force swept out in all directions, and traces of the power of lightning rushed to both sides. Chapter 4170. Sizzle, 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 tiny bolts of lightning shot out in all directions, covering a very long distance. Oh no, retreat! The young geniuses of the heavenly human clan and the core disciples of the heavenly palace were terrified and retreated. However, many strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the tiny bolts of lightning. Those cultivators of the first great supreme god layer immediately exploded and turned into talismans. Even the cultivators of the second great supreme god layer were shaken and kept retreating. Many people were astonished. Their attacks were too terrifying. They hadn't used any powerful weapons. They had relied on their own strength to push back cultivators of the second great supreme god layer. That was too terrifying. Both of them were only cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Energy exploded in all directions. Then, the two figures were forced to retreat. It was Lu Ming and Yi Yu. Phew, phew. After Yi Yu retreated, his face was pale and he gasped for breath. He was covered in cold sweat and his chi was weak. It was obvious that the divine punishment had consumed too much of his strength. On the other side, Lu Ming looked even more miserable. There were many wounds on his body, as if he had been torn apart by some wild beast. Black smoke kept coming out of his wounds and blood kept flowing out. Lu Ming was still injured by the earlier move. He was injured by the power of the heavenly punishment. However, it didn't affect Lu Ming's fighting strength too much. He hadn't used as much strength as Yi Yu's eyes were wide open and he stared at Lu Ming. He couldn't believe it. Initially, he thought that even if Lu Ming did not die, he would be seriously injured by his heavenly punishment. However, Lu Ming had only been slightly injured. He couldn't accept it. Is that your strongest attack? It's not that strong. Now it's my turn, Lu Ming said. Then Lu Ming moved. He waved his hand and a huge demon sword appeared. It was the great demon sword technique. At the same time, a godly tower appeared. It was the great godly tower technique. One after another, Lu Ming executed various ancient secret techniques. Great divine wind technique, great shattering technique, great destruction technique, great aurora technique, all sorts of ancient secret skills, boosted by the taboo power, exploded with shocking power, crushing toward Yu. Different kinds of attacks came from different directions, completely enveloping Yi, making it difficult for him to dodge. Yu could only do his best to resist. He erupted with all his strength and launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, with his current strength, it was difficult for him to execute the heavenly tribulation again. He could only block it with normal attacks. The sky was filled with multicolored light, enveloping the two figures within. Only a series of violent rumbles could be heard. After dozens of violent explosions, a figure flew out and crashed into the distance. That figure was Yu. He had used up too much of his strength when he used the power of heavenly punishment. Now that he had been fighting Lu Ming for so long, his strength was no longer sufficient. He could no longer block Lu Ming. Lu Ming followed closely behind, rushing towards Yu. Not good, Yu is going to lose. In the direction where Yu flew, the faces of the people from the ancient sorcerer shrine changed drastically. They could not stay any longer and fled in all directions. Lu Ming was extremely fast. In just a few steps, he had caught up with Yu and punched out continuously. Boom, 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 streaks of fist energy smashed toward Yu like meteors. Yu roared and resisted with all his strength. However, in his current state, he could not resist at all. A few streaks of fist energy landed on his body, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood and several large holes to appear on his body. His aura became even weaker. Young Master Yu, Mu Yun, how dare you? Stop. You're courting death. The other sky prides of the heavenly human tribe roared and rushed toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. They held powerful weapons in their hands, and the battle suits on their bodies emitted dazzling multicolored light. However, as soon as they rushed into the Forbidden Army area, the multicolored light on their battle suits immediately dimmed, and the aura of the weapons in their hands also quickly weakened. Their weapons and battle suits were suppressed by the Forbidden Army area. Humph, get out of my way. Lu Ming snorted and threw out dozens of punches in a row. Dozens of streaks of fist energy pierced through the void and blasted toward these people. These people did not have battle suits or powerful weapons. They were at the same level as Lu Ming, and their combat power was too weak. The streaks of fist energy crushed through, and the dozens of figures were like sandbags, retreating rapidly. They were all severely injured and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. In the distance, the first-class heavenly soldiers were dumbfounded. These people were either geniuses of the heavenly human tribe or core disciples of the heavenly palace. Each of them was at least equivalent to a candidate for the universe prodigy list. However, they were completely vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. Dozens of them joined forces, but they were all injured and sent flying by Lu Ming in one move. However, Lu Ming sent these sky prides flying with one move, which delayed some time. Yu took advantage of this opportunity and frantically retreated, trying to escape. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and his body was filled with dazzling multicolored light. Great aurora technique. His entire body seemed to have turned into an aurora, flashing and disappearing. The next moment he had caught up with Yi Yu and slashed him like a blade. With a scream, Yi Yu's body was cut in two and flew backward. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Yi Yu's body, which had been cut in two, turned into multicolored light and dissipated, disappearing from the spot. Then, in the void tens of thousands of miles away, Yi Yu reappeared, looking at Lu Ming with a pale face. Mu Yun, I will remember what happened today. When I get out, I will make sure you die miserably. Yi Yu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, full of cold, murderous intent. He had a lingering fear, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. This time, if he did not have a trump card, he would have been in danger just now. When had he ever encountered such danger? That feeling was too terrifying. This terrifying feeling was brought to him by a human scum. It was unforgivable. A substitute treasure? Lu Ming frowned. His move just now was very powerful. If he had been hit by it, even if Yi Yu did not die, he would have been severely injured. However, just now Yi Yu had clearly diverted his attack to another object. Lu Ming had encountered similar objects before, such as the substitute puppets of the Wu people. However, they were much more advanced. At that moment, it was too late for Lu Ming to pursue. After Yi Yu said that, he increased his speed to the maximum and fled into the distance. Chapter 4171. Lu Ming did not chase after him. After all, he was in the heavenly palace. If he really killed a genius of the heavenly human tribe, he would not be able to explain himself. Even if he wanted to chase after Yi Yu, he would not be able to catch up with him. Lu Ming turned his attention to the ancient secret skills of the Sorcerer Shrine. These were his true goals. Seeing that Yi Yu and the others had been defeated, the ancient secret skills of the Sorcerer Shrine panicked and scattered. The elites of the Great Sorcerer Shrine chased after them. Stop them. Let me handle them. Lu Ming sent a message to the Great Sorcerer Shrine Master. The Great Sorcerer Shrine Master immediately ordered the elites under his command to stop the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's people. He only sought to stop the enemy, not to kill them. This way it would be much easier. Moreover, the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's people had scattered into groups. It would be easier to stop them. The elites of the Great Sorcerer Shrine also scattered and chased after the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's elites. They stopped the ancient secret skills of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine in groups. As for Lu Ming, he had already made his move. He cast the transference skill and disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already in the middle of more than 10 ancient Sorcerer Divine Temple mystic skills. In his mind, the ancient holy stone emitted a strange energy wave. The ancient secret skills aura immediately weakened. Oh no! Split up and run. The dozen or so ancient secret technique cultivators roared and tried to escape in different directions. However, it was too late. Lu Ming punched with both fists and more than 10 fist forces penetrated them. These more than 10 primordial secret skills collapsed one after another, turning into secret skill runes. Horrified cries could be heard from the secret skill runes. Lu Ming waved his hand and collected the secret skill talismans. Then, Lu Ming looked in a direction. There were some powerful cultivators moving quickly in that direction. The ancient Sorcerer Shrine Master and a fourth Great God Realm cultivator. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. In that direction, there were 8 of the strongest fighters from the ancient Sorcerer Temple. One of them was the leader of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. The other 7 were all cultivators of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer. They were the strongest cultivators of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. They joined forces and attacked together. Their speed was astonishing. Behind them, the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master led a group of the Great Sorcerer Shrine's strongest warriors to chase after them. As they chased after them, they attacked at the same time, trying to stop them. The two sides fought as they flew. All of you stay. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he used the greater teleportation art to chase after them. In a flash, he was tens of thousands of miles away. Yes, when Lu Ming broke through to the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm, he was able to cast the art of transference and his speed was much faster. The distance he could cover in one move was also much shorter. When he had the strength of the 8th Godly Emperor layer, he could only teleport 10,000 li away. Now, he could teleport 30,000 li away. In terms of speed, it could be said to have increased explosively. Seeing Lu Ming chasing after them, the people of the Grand Magus God Palace were overjoyed. "Use your full strength to stop them," shouted the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. The Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master had the strength of the 5th Great Supreme God Layer. His attacks were astonishing. Dazzling lights shot towards the people of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. The cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer were trembling. The difference between the 4th Great Supreme God Layer and the 5th Great Supreme God Layer was too big. They could only rely on the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master to stop the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master's attacks. If the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master didn't attack, the cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer would be killed by the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. Therefore, the ancient Sorcerer Shrine Master had to stop them. That way, their speed would be much slower. On the other hand, Lu Ming was constantly rushing over. Lu Ming kept flickering in the air. Each time he flickered, he crossed 30,000 li. The distance between him and the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master and the others was getting shorter and shorter. The ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master and the cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer pulled long faces. "Scatter! Let's escape!" shouted the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. He used his full strength to block the attack of the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. The other 7 cultivators of the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer took advantage of that opportunity to run away in all directions. "Stop them!" shouted the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. He also used his full strength and turned into an ancient secret technique to fight against the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. The cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer under the command of the Great Sorcerer Shrine were chasing the cultivators of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. The two sides kept fighting and flying. The cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Shrine didn't want to kill their enemies, they only wanted to distract them. The cultivators of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine couldn't escape in a short time. The strength of the two sides was about the same. Even though the cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Shrine only wanted to distract them and not kill them, if they weren't careful, the cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Shrine could launch a fatal attack. That way, they couldn't be fast. In less than a minute, Lu Ming caught up with one of the cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer. When the cultivator of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer saw that Lu Ming was catching up with him, he shouted furiously, "I don't believe that you can defeat me." "That," shouted the cultivator explosively. He was furious. He didn't retreat, instead, he threw himself at Lu Ming and attacked. However, when his attack, or even his body, got close to the range of the primordial god stone, his attack was extinguished like a candle flame. His own aura was also rapidly weakening. No, the cultivator of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer's face changed drastically. He didn't look ferocious anymore, he was terrified. "That," said Lu Ming coldly. He threw a punch and the cultivator of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer exploded. His body turned into a talisman and Lu Ming grabbed it. "So easy," the cultivator of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer from the Great Sorcerer Shrine gasped when he saw that from a close distance. Even though he had expected that, he still couldn't calm down when he saw Lu Ming kill a cultivator who wasn't weaker than him with one punch. "Go and help the others," said Lu Ming to the cultivator. "Yes, yes, yes," nodded the cultivator hastily and ran away to help the others stop the cultivators of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. If he can easily defeat a cultivator of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer, then it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat a cultivator of the 5th Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming looked at the leader of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. Then, his silhouette flickered and he ran towards the Great Sorcerer Shrine and the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. The battle between two cultivators of the 5th Great Supreme God Layer was terrifying. Nobody dared to get close to the battle. That area had turned into an area of destruction. Even cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer would be destroyed if they got close to that area. If you like the Wandao Dragon Emperor, please collect it. Chapter 4172. To be honest, Lu Ming did not dare to get close to the area where the battle of the 5th Layer Great Supreme God was taking place. When he got close to the area, he did not continue to use the transference skill. Instead, he stopped and flew closer. That was because the periphery of that area was relatively safer. If he flew, he could retreat if he couldn't withstand the attack. After all, he had just obtained the ancient godly stone and he didn't know what it could do. He didn't know whether it could suppress cultivators of the fifth great supreme god layer or not, so he had to be careful. After all, those cultivators of the fifth great supreme god layer were much weaker than him. If the ancient godly stone couldn't suppress them, he would be in danger. Not to mention that he could not use the first-level heavenly soldier armor now. Even if he could use it, he would be blasted into smithereens by Lu Ming. However, it turned out that Lu Ming had worried too much. When Lu Ming approached the area, the violent and destructive land of the area melted immediately, just like ice and snow that had encountered flames. It didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming was unimpeded. The ancient sorcerer shrine's leader's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but the great sorcerer shrine's leader wouldn't let him go. He tried his best to stop him. "Piss off!" shouted the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader furiously. He didn't care about the consequences. He used his full strength to attack the great sorcerer shrine's leader. "Don't even think about leaving!" shouted the great sorcerer shrine's leader furiously. He retreated a bit and then attacked the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader again. Even though the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader was retreating, his speed was greatly affected. At that moment, Lu Ming didn't have any misgivings. He knew that the ancient godly stone could suppress cultivators of the fifth great supreme god layer. He immediately used the great teleportation technique to chase after the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader. Once he used the great teleportation technique, he was extremely fast. He kept getting closer to the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader. The ancient sorcerer shrine's leader's expression changed drastically. As one of the two overlords of the archaic world, he didn't want to die. He still had unfulfilled ambitions to unify the archaic world. "Mu Yun, let me go and let me live. As long as you let me live, I can give you anything you want. If you want the primordial secret technique, I can give it all to you. Whatever treasures you want, I can give you. Whatever the Grand Magus Shrine gave you, I can give you double or even more," the temple master of the ancient sorcerer temple roared. At this moment, as long as he could survive, he would pay any price. The great sorcerer god temple had only given Lu Ming some benefits, but he could give him more. Upon hearing this, the grand sorcerer god palace master's expression changed. He was afraid that Lu Ming would agree to the grand sorcerer god palace's request. He was even afraid that Lu Ming would work with the ancient sorcerer shrine to deal with the grand sorcerer shrine. That would be a disaster. His heart couldn't help but rise to his throat. However, he immediately felt relieved. "Not interested. My goal is to get rid of all of you," Lu Ming said coldly. He thought of Xing Qiao. He had promised Xing Qiao that he would avenge her and the Xing family. Since he had promised her and had the ability to do so, he would definitely do it. The ancient sorcerer shrine must be destroyed. "You!" The ancient sorcerer temple master's face darkened. His heart sank. He wanted to escape with all his might, but the grand sorcerer god temple master held him back so that he couldn't escape. There was once when he tried to escape faster and was almost hit by the grand sorcerer god temple master's killer move. Lu Ming was even closer to them now. "Die for me!" The ancient sorcerer temple master exploded completely. He let out a furious roar and his body seemed to have erupted like a volcano. A terrifying and scorching force dashed toward Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the void turned pitch black. The reason for that was because everything in that region of space had been destroyed. However, when this terrifying energy got close to Lu Ming, it disappeared. It didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Great Aurora Art. With a thought, Lu Ming cast the Great Aurora skill. He transformed into an aurora and dashed out. In no time, he was within a certain range of the ancient sorcerer temple master. He was within the range of the primordial holy stone. The ancient sorcerer temple master's aura weakened rapidly. At the same time, the grand sorcerer temple master was also within the range of the primordial holy stone. His aura weakened rapidly too. "I know," The ancient sorcerer temple master's face changed drastically. He felt that he had become much weaker than an ordinary first-level great god. His divine emperor realm was suppressed. Then he tried to retreat. However, would Lu Ming let him retreat? Boom! Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling light. He punched the ancient sorcerer temple master's body. With a loud bang, the ancient sorcerer temple master's body exploded. Just like the ancient sorcerer temple master's body that had been destroyed by Lu Ming, it turned into a talisman. Then, Lu Ming put it into his ring. The temple master is dead. The people from the ancient sorcerer temple cried out in horror when they saw this. Even the ancient sorcerer temple master had been killed. Their only hope had been destroyed. The ancient sorcerer temple's morale was low. On the other hand, the great sorcerer temple's morale was high. "Temple master, help me stop the others," said Lu Ming. Then, his silhouette flickered and he rushed towards the other cultivators of the fourth-level great god layer. After Lu Ming left, the suppressive force disappeared. At this moment, the Grand Sorcerer Divine Hall Master heaved a long sigh of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat. That kind of feeling just now was too terrifying. He had a feeling that if Lu Ming had attacked him, he would have ended up like the ancient Sorcerer Temple Master. What does he have? Why can he oppress us? Forget it, we can't offend him. We have to be on good terms with him, thought the great Sorcerer Temple Master. Then, he rushed towards a cultivator of the fourth-level great god layer. After that, there was no suspense anymore. The cultivators of the fourth-level great god layer couldn't fight back against Lu Ming. Besides, the great Sorcerer Temple's temple master had also joined the battle. As long as he caught up with them, they would die. After a short time, all the cultivators of the fourth-level great god layer were killed. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to attack the other secret techniques of the ancient Sorcerer Temple. Those were the secret techniques of the ancient Sorcerer Temple. Besides, he could use them to increase his cultivation. How could Lu Ming let them go? Lu Ming killed all the secret techniques of the ancient Sorcerer Temple and turned them into talismans. Then, Lu Ming put them in his ring. Chapter 4173. In the end, the Great Sorcerer Shrine had won the battle. The crowd was cheering for the Great Sorcerer Shrine. This time, the ancient Sorcerer Shrine had been destroyed. Almost all of the strong cultivators had been killed. From now on, the Great Sorcerer Shrine would rule the entire ancient world. How could they not be happy about that? I've obtained almost 300 talismans. Lu Ming pondered carefully and a smile appeared on his face. Since the beginning of the battle, he had obtained almost 300 talismans. He had destroyed almost 300 of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's secret skills. That was a great harvest. Little brother Mu Yun. At that moment, the Great Sorcerer Shrine's leader flew towards Lu Ming with a smile on his face. He was very happy. "Leader." Lu Ming cupped his fists. "You must need these talismans." The Great Sorcerer Shrine's leader took out a spatial ring and gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual awareness. Then he smiled even more happily. The storage ring was filled with ancient secret skill runes as well as various ordinary secret skill runes. Lu Ming made a rough estimation. There were close to 200 ancient secret skill runes and thousands of ordinary secret skill runes. There were so many strong cultivators in the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. Not all of them had been killed by Lu Ming. Some of them had been killed by the Great Sorcerer Shrine's leader. For example, a few cultivators of the fourth Great Supreme God layer had been killed by the Great Sorcerer Shrine's leader. Now, the Great Sorcerer Shrine's leader had given all the talismans they had obtained to Lu Ming. He wanted to make friends with Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't refuse and took them all. The ancient Sorcerer Shrine had about 800 talismans. More than 500 of them had been killed. About 300 had escaped. There are so many talismans. If I fuse with them, will I be able to break through to the Great Supreme God layer? Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. There was a huge gap between the Godly Emperor layer and the Great Supreme God layer. At the same time, there was a huge gap that trapped many cultivators of the ninth Godly Emperor layer. If he could make a breakthrough and reach the God Emperor realm, his fighting power would increase tremendously. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but look forward to it. Hallmaster, there are still some fish that escaped the net. What do you plan to do? Lu Ming said. Of course we'll kill them. I'll send people to search the entire world, find them, and kill them all. The Grand Magus Temple Master's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Ming nodded and said, that kind of talisman is very useful to me. I hope you can give it to me after you get it. Of course. The Grand Magus God Shrine nodded. He only wanted to befriend Lu Ming, so he would not reject the offer. After the discussion, Lu Ming stepped out and came to the side of the first-class heavenly soldier. All the first-rate heavenly soldiers looked at Lu Ming with complicated gazes. Obviously, the biggest gain this time was Lu Ming. However, some of them sneered in their hearts. Lu Ming had offended Yi Yu and the heavenly human tribe. His life would not be easy after he left. What do you plan to do next? Lu Ming asked the first-rate heavenly soldiers. The longest they could stay in the archaic world was 3 years. However, it did not mean that they had to stay for 3 years before they could go back. They could go back at any time as long as they contacted the experts outside the heavenly palace. We've already gotten what we wanted here. There's no point in staying any longer. We plan to go out first. A first-rate heavenly soldier said. The others nodded. Oh, then you can go out first. I still need to wait for a while. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had not obtained the remaining archaic secret skills of the ancient sorcerer temple, so he would not leave so easily. He planned to wait for a while and leave after he obtained those talismans. Anyway, as long as he left within 3 years, there would be no problem. Take care. The first-rate heavenly soldiers said. Some of them even thought that Lu Ming did not dare to go out to avoid Yi Yu and the others. However, what could he do if he stayed for a few more years? He would have to face them sooner or later. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The first-rate heavenly soldiers flew away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming followed the experts of the Grand Sorcerer Temple and returned to the Grand Sorcerer Temple. Lu Ming did not care about the aftermath of the battle. He would leave it to the Grand Sorcerer Temple. After all, the top experts of the ancient Sorcerer Temple had been killed. Although there were about 300 archaic secret skills left, most of them were at the first layer of the Emperor's Supreme God Realm. A few of them were at the second layer of the Emperor's Supreme God Realm. The Grand Sorcerer Temple could easily deal with the remaining people. He just needed to wait for his harvest. Lu Ming found a place to cultivate in seclusion in the Grand Sorcerer Temple. I'll integrate these talismans into my cells and see if I can make a breakthrough. Lu Ming thought for a while, then took out a few talismans and integrated them into his cells. Lu Ming immediately mastered the secret skill. He felt that he had reached the beginner level. At the same time, pure and powerful energy emanated from these few cells and surged into every cell in his body, increasing the intensity of the taboo power. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a notch. Lu Ming cultivated quietly for a while. When he had completely digested the energy, Lu Ming took out a few more talismans and integrated them into his cells. Lu Ming still had about 700 archaic secret skill talismans. He did not integrate all of them into his cells at once. Instead, he integrated them into his cells one by one. This was because integrating a few hundred talismans at once would create a terrifying energy. If he did not make a breakthrough, he would explode from the energy. It would be safer to take things slow and slow. After integrating a few talismans, Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. Of course, at the beginning, Lu Ming had only integrated the talismans of the first great supreme god layer. After integrating about 100 talismans, Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. That was the limit of the godly emperor layer. If he continued, he would reach the great supreme god layer. I'll integrate more talismans. I'll break through in one go. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled as he took out 10 talismans. Besides, those 10 talismans were the talismans of the 3rd great supreme god layer. He had integrated the talismans of the 3rd great supreme god layer before. According to his experience, integrating 10 talismans of the 3rd great supreme god layer would help him break through the bottleneck of the great supreme god layer. Even if it wasn't enough, it wouldn't be far from it. With a thought, 10 secret skill runes fused into 10 different cells. Lu Ming had a familiar feeling. He realized that he had already mastered the 10 archaic secret skills. Now, he just had to wait for the pure energy in his cells to help him break through. However, Lu Ming waited for a while, but there was no energy in his cells. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. According to his experience, the time had passed. Chapter 4174. According to Lu Ming's experience, the cells had already released a strong and pure energy to help him break through. But now, time had passed, but there was no movement in the 10 cells that had been fused with the secret technique runes. What was going on? Could it be that the 10 talismans didn't release pure energy? But Lu Ming had also used the talismans of the third great supreme god layer before, and they were useful too. Besides, the 10 talismans didn't work at all? It couldn't be a coincidence. Lu Ming didn't believe it. He took out a dozen more talismans. This time, there were talismans from the first to the third great supreme god layer, and they went into the cells. Then he waited. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed, and still nothing happened. There was no reaction. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression was somewhat ugly. Would it lose its effect then? He had a lot of talismans, including talismans of the fourth and fifth great supreme god layer. He thought he could break through to the great supreme god layer in one go, or even more. However, reality was like a bucket of cold water that was poured over his head, causing his fiery heart to cool down. Let's try again. Lu Ming didn't want to give up. He waited for a while, but there was still no reaction. He took out a dozen more talismans, but there was still no reaction. Even though he could control the talismans after they went into the cells, there was no pure energy. What's going on? Lu Ming didn't understand. He was disappointed. I think I know what's going on, said Master Guimo. Do you know what's going on? What's going on? Is it because the runes have lost their effectiveness? Lu Ming asked a few questions. It's not that the talismans are ineffective. If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, said Guimo. Reached a bottleneck? Are the talismans ineffective? Lu Ming was surprised. He knew that he had reached a bottleneck. He had already broken through to the top of the 9th godly emperor layer, and the next step was to break through to the great supreme god layer. It's extremely difficult to break through from the godly emperor layer to the great supreme god layer. You can't rely on pure strength. If you could rely on pure strength, the Heavenly Palace and the other strong clans wouldn't have so many people stuck at the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. Guimo said. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, in the Heavenly Palace, there were many cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Most of the young geniuses who had come to the ancient world were cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer, especially the core disciples of the Celestial Clan and the Heavenly Palace. How could they lack treasures with pure strength? Definitely not. But why didn't they break through? For a deity emperor to break through to the god emperor realm, one needs to comprehend and encounter opportunities. Once one comprehends and encounters opportunities, one will naturally break through. Guimo said. Comprehension? What do I need to comprehend? Lu Ming asked. It's hard to say. The higher the cultivation level, the less people can teach you, because everyone's comprehension is different, especially when breaking through to the godly lord layer. Nobody can teach you anything, you can only rely on yourself. It's better for a godly emperor to break through to the great supreme god layer, but you have a forbidden body. Cultivation and breaking through are even more special. Nobody can teach you anything, you can only rely on yourself. I'm guessing that those talismans don't contain pure strength, they do. They're just hidden in your cells. Because your cultivation level has reached a bottleneck, you can't break through. That's why you can't release that pure strength. In the future, when you break through to the great supreme god layer, those talismans will release their strength. Guimo said. Lu Ming was pensive. He thought Guimo was right. That was probably the case. Otherwise, he couldn't explain it. Even though Lu Ming wasn't happy, he couldn't do anything about it. At least, the pure strength in those talismans wouldn't be wasted. When he broke through to the great supreme god layer, it would appear again. At that time, his cultivation level would most likely improve by leaps and bounds. Then, it shouldn't be a problem for me to integrate all these talismans into my cells, right? Lu Ming asked. It shouldn't be a problem. When you break through to the Great Supreme God layer, your cultivation level will skyrocket. Even if the energy of those talismans erupts together, it won't kill you, Guillermo said. Then, let's continue to integrate them. Lu Ming continued to take out the talismans and began to integrate them. Anyway, once he integrated the talismans, he would be able to master the secret technique. When he faced his enemies, he would have more means to attack. Moreover, the more talismans he integrated, the stronger the quality of the forbidden strength would be. Even though his cultivation level didn't increase, his combat strength was constantly increasing. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to integrate the talismans. When all the ancient secret technique talismans had been integrated into his cells, the number of ancient secret techniques he had mastered had exceeded 500. Attack type, speed type, defense type, support type, terrifying energy type, and so on. There were all kinds of secret techniques. As long as he wanted to use them, he would be able to use them with just a thought. This allowed Lu Ming's combat strength to increase by quite a bit. Although it was difficult to increase the strength of the higher the level, the more difficult it was to improve. However, Lu Ming had integrated many secret skill runes, and they were all secret skill runes of ancient secret skills. After integrating all the ancient secret technique talismans into his cells, Lu Ming took out the ordinary secret technique talismans. He still had more than 3,000 ordinary secret technique talismans in his hands. He continued to integrate them into his cells. While Lu Ming was integrating the secret technique talismans, the entire Great Sorcerer Shrine was mobilized to hunt down the ancient secret techniques of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. After killing them, the talismans were all sent to Lu Ming. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated in seclusion and stayed in the Great Sorcerer Shrine for a whole year. In a year, the remaining members of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine were basically hunted down by the Great Sorcerer Shrine. All the secret technique talismans fell into Lu Ming's hands and were integrated into his cells by Lu Ming. This allowed Lu Ming to master more than 800 types of ancient mystic skills. This was an extremely terrifying number. At this moment, the forbidden energy in Lu Ming's body had greatly improved in quality. Lu Ming's combat strength had also skyrocketed. Lu Ming estimated that as a divine emperor, he would be able to fight someone 7 levels higher than him. This was the most conservative estimate. In fact, Lu Ming believed that it would be more than that. Lu Ming was confident that if he were to fight with Yi Yu now, he could easily suppress Yi Yu based on his own abilities. The other party would not be able to resist at all. I still have many ordinary secret techniques that I haven't mastered yet. There are also some ancient secret techniques that I have just mastered. I wonder how powerful I will be once I master them. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 4175. Lu Ming had mastered more than 8,000 types of ordinary secret skills, and all of them had reached the phenomenal success stage. He had mastered more than 800 secret skills, and most of them were at the beginner level. Even so, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously. However, he still had more than 20,000 secret skills that he hadn't mastered yet. As he mastered more and more secret skills in the future, to what extent would his battle prowess increase? Was this the power of the forbidden body? As long as he could master more secret skills, his fighting strength would increase. Could it be that his fighting strength would increase infinitely? Lu Ming didn't think it was possible. Infinitely increasing one's fighting strength was ridiculous. Everything had a limit. Lu Ming guessed that the forbidden body also had a limit. However, he hadn't reached that limit yet. It's about time to leave. Lu Ming stood up and walked out. He had been in the ancient world for more than a year and a half. He guessed that Yi Yu and the others had already left. He should leave too. Lu Ming said goodbye to the Great Magus Shrine's leader and the others. Then he left the Great Magus Shrine. Phew, he's finally gone. After sending Lu Ming off, the Grand Sorcerer Divine Hall Master heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt refreshed and relaxed. As long as Lu Ming was there, the Great Magus Shrine's leader would feel as if a sharp sword was floating above his head. Even though the ancient Magus Shrine had been destroyed and the ancient world was under the control of the Great Magus Shrine, as long as Lu Ming was there, the Great Magus Shrine's leader would feel as if the Great Magus Shrine was Lu Ming. Even though he had the strength of the fifth Great Supreme God Layer and was much stronger than Lu Ming, he was always afraid in front of Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming was there, the Great Magus Shrine's leader would feel as if a boulder was pressing down on his heart. Now that Lu Ming was gone, the Great Magus Shrine's leader could finally relax. Now he was the real overlord of the ancient world. After Lu Ming left the Grand Magus God Temple, he took out a jade tablet and entered a message. A moment later, Lu Ming felt a powerful force enveloping him. With a pull, his figure disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a void. Lu Ming glanced around and discovered a huge sphere. The formation runes formed by the 3,000 ancient secret arts and countless ordinary secret arts were circulating and glowing. Lu Ming knew that he had already left the archaic world and returned to the desolate universe. Mu Yun, you finally couldn't hold it in and dared to come out. At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice resounded. The voice was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming knew it was Yi Yu's voice the moment he heard it. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and frowned slightly. There was a group of people over there. This group of people had entered the archaic world with Lu Ming, Yi Yu, Yi Er, and more than a dozen other heavenly human tribe prodigies, as well as the core disciples of the heavenly palace. In addition, the 39 first-class heavenly soldiers were also there. Surrounding these people were a few heavenly human tribe experts. They were the experts who had brought them here. Lu Ming frowned. These people should have left the archaic world long ago, but they did not leave. It was as if they were deliberately waiting for him to come out. Yi Yu and the other heavenly human tribe prodigies were looking coldly at Lu Ming. Why wouldn't I dare? I was just delayed sometimes. What are you doing here? Picking me up? Lu Ming said. How dare you speak to us in such a tone at this time? You deserve to die. Yi Er, who was beside Yi Yu, shouted loudly. Coupled with his status as a heavenly human tribe member, he was quite imposing. An ordinary person would have been frightened by him. However, Lu Ming still looked at him expressionlessly. Mu Yun, the elders of the heavenly human tribe are here. Do you admit your crime? Yi Yu said coldly. Admit my crime? What crime have I committed? Lu Ming replied. What crime? Then let me count it for you. You are arrogant and conceited, repeatedly contradicting the heavenly human tribe. This is a heinous crime. Do you admit it? Yi Yu shouted. Oh, what crime is this? You are insulting me for no reason? Why can't I refute you when you are suppressing me for no reason? I am right, so of course I can refute. What crime is there in this? Lu Ming laughed. You are twisting words and forcing logic. Secondly, you are audacious. You dare to attack the heavenly human tribe and even want to kill us. This is an unforgivable crime. Yi Yu continued. What other crimes do you have? Tell me all of them. Lu Ming said. Thirdly, we found the opportunity inside, but you tried to snatch it. You deserve to die. Do you admit your crime? Yi Yu continued. Admit my crime? What a joke. The second crime you mentioned is that you attacked me first and wanted to kill me first. Can't I resist? You want to kill me, so I am guilty of resisting? Do you really treat us as slaves and kill us whenever you want? How can the various races of the universe be willing to work for you? As for wanting to kill you, that is a complete slander. If I really wanted to kill you, would you be able to come out alive? As for the third crime, that is even more ridiculous. I remember very clearly that before entering the great ancient world, the seniors of the heavenly human tribe clearly said that the opportunity in the great ancient world belongs to whoever finds it. In other words, there is free competition inside. So, I can naturally take action if I find the opportunity. If you want us to work for you obediently and give you all the treasures we find, you can tell us in advance. Lu Ming replied coldly. Every word he said pulled the various races of the universe to his side and increased his influence. Sure enough, the expressions of the first-class heavenly soldiers were a little ugly. Indeed, as Lu Ming said, before entering the great ancient world, The experts of the heavenly human tribe had said that the opportunity in the great ancient world belonged to whoever found it. They didn't say that they were to go in and scout for the heavenly human tribe and be used as tools by the heavenly human tribe. In fact, the people of the heavenly human tribe wouldn't say that. Otherwise, it would chill the hearts of the various races of the universe. You quibble. Do you think your glib tongue is useful? Today, you must pay the price for what you have done. Yi Yu shouted. Then, he turned around and bowed to the heavenly human tribe powerhouses. Seniors, Mu Yun has committed treason and must be executed. The heavenly human tribe experts frowned. Their purpose of letting Lu Ming and the others go in with Yi Yu was as Lu Ming said. They wanted Lu Ming and the others to be used by Yi Yu and the others. Before going in, they had said that it was a fair competition and that the opportunity belonged to whoever found it. However, they knew the strength of Yi Yu and the others. Lu Ming and the other first-class heavenly soldiers couldn't do anything in front of Yi Yu and the others. They could only obediently become tools. They didn't expect that Lu Ming would appear. I beg for monthly votes. I beg for monthly votes. Everyone, please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 4176. Yi Yu and the others couldn't control him at all. Instead, Yi Yu and the others suffered a great loss. However, they were naturally on Yi Yu's side. All right, I understand everything now. One of the burly heavenly human tribes said, full of pressure. This burly man's cultivation was unfathomable. Although he wasn't a divine master, he was probably a peak divine emperor. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning, sweeping towards Lu Ming. Mu Yun, you are too bold. You have to know your place. First, you talk back to them. Then you tried to kill them. You even fought with them for the treasures inside. You are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Now, I sentence you to death. The burly heavenly human tribe man's cold voice sounded. Lu Ming's face became completely gloomy. It seemed that these heavenly human tribe experts were completely on Yi Yu's side. Ah, what a joke. Is this the heavenly human tribe? Suppressing me with a groundless crime. I'm not convinced. If this gets out, all the tribes in the universe will not be convinced. Don't even think about convincing the masses, Lu Ming shouted. At this time, you still want to sow discord. Adding to your crimes, I'll send you on your way, the middle-aged heavenly human tribe man said. He took a step forward, and an earth-shattering aura pressed towards Lu Ming. Strong, too strong. Although Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed recently, he was like an ant facing a giant dragon. He couldn't resist at all and would be easily killed. The gap was too big. This person was definitely a peak divine emperor. Such a gap was impossible to surpass even the most heaven-defying figure. Under the pressure of this aura, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. On the side, the first-class heavenly soldiers didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although they were completely on Lu Ming's side and were unhappy with the heavenly human tribe's overbearingness, reality was cruel. However, reality was just this cruel. Who told the celestial clan to be so powerful? Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes, and I'll give you a quick death. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe said. He wanted Lu Ming to kneel. Firstly, he wanted to deal a blow to Lu Ming. Secondly, he wanted to establish his might in front of the other first-rate heavenly soldiers. He wanted these races to be more obedient and understand that they were just ants in front of the celestial race. If they had any second thoughts, they would die. If I want to kill you, then I'll kill you. What's wrong with that? Also, let me tell you something. I've obtained close to 2,000 ancient secret techniques in the Archean world. If you kill me, you won't be able to obtain any of them. Lu Ming stubbornly stared at the middle-aged heavenly human. It wasn't that easy to kill him. It was not that Lu Ming did not have any trump cards. The ancient secret skills that he had obtained were his trump cards. Sure enough, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe faltered, and his aura weakened slightly. Ancient secret techniques were very precious. This was what the Lord of Heaven wanted. Not only could the ancient secret techniques strengthen the foundation of the heavenly palace, but they could also help the heavenly palace cultivate experts. In addition, It seemed that the Lord of Heaven would sometimes need some ancient secret techniques to inspire his cultivation. Therefore, the ancient secret techniques were still very important to the heavenly palace. Otherwise, the heavenly palace wouldn't have spent so much effort and time waiting for a flaw to appear in the Archean world before sending people in. Hand over all the ancient secret techniques you've obtained, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe said coldly. Hee, why should I give you the ancient secret techniques when you're trying to kill me? Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Ming sneered. He wasn't afraid of the heavenly human tribe expert. Senior, did you see that? This Mu Yun is simply lawless. He even dares to threaten you. I'm not lying, Yu shouted. Shut up. I've said that if I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. Don't you think it's funny? You're just a loser. Lu Ming looked at Yu with ridicule and disdain. You are courting death. Yu was furious. His defeat to Lu Ming was a great humiliation to him. However, although he had lost to Lu Ming, it was only by a little. Their combat strength wasn't much different, but in Lu Ming's words, it was as if their combat strength was worlds apart. I can't stand it, I can't stand it. Yu dashed toward Lu Ming. In an instant, he raised his aura to the peak and unleashed his combat power. Streaks of white lightning appeared in his palms. The power of heaven's punishment. Yu used the power of heaven's punishment as soon as he attacked. All of his strength turned into the power of heaven's punishment and blasted towards Lu Ming. Its power was extremely terrifying. If this had happened a year ago, Lu Ming would definitely have been extremely solemn when faced with this attack. He would have circulated all his strength and secret skills to resist it. However, there was no need to do so now. Boom! Yu activated the battle character art and blasted out a punch. The void shook violently and exploded continuously. It was as if the energy of a sun had been condensed into the size of a fist and then exploded. The violent energy madly slanted out and collided with Yu's power of heaven's punishment. Boom! The whole world let out a dull roar and then a scream was heard. A figure was thrown back like a kite with a broken string. He flew for thousands of miles and vomited blood. This figure was naturally Yu. Yu flew for thousands of miles and vomited blood as he shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" He couldn't accept it. He had used all of his strength in that move. According to his previous experience with Lu Ming, even if this move couldn't seriously injure Lu Ming, it could at least injure Lu Ming. Last time, when he had fought against Lu Ming had been injured by this attack. Many wounds had appeared on his body. That time, if he hadn't used too much strength, he wouldn't have lost. Lu Ming would have been the one to lose. And now, even with his full strength, he couldn't withstand a single attack from Lu Ming. His power of heaven's punishment had been destroyed by Lu Ming and he had also been injured. How was this possible? How could Lu Ming be so strong? Lu Ming's cultivation level was still at the 9th godly emperor layer. How could he have improved so much in 1 year? Could it be that Lu Ming had been merciful a year ago? At that moment, Yu was stupefied. The other geniuses of the heavenly human clan, the core disciples of the heavenly palace, and the 39 first-class celestial soldiers were also stupefied. They had witnessed the battle between Lu Ming and Yu with their own eyes. Previously, Lu Ming had won in terms of strength and endurance. At the peak of his attacking power, Yu clearly had the upper hand. But just then, Yu hadn't been able to defeat Lu Ming at all. They weren't on the same level. What else could they do apart from being stupefied? I said that if I really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have been able to live until now. Facts have proven that the crimes you accused me of before were groundless. They didn't exist, said Lu Ming coldly. He looked at the big man from the heavenly human clan. Chapter 4177. Yu said that Lu Ming wanted to kill them, but Lu Ming used facts to prove that it was groundless. Yu, the strongest person in the heavenly human tribe, couldn't even withstand one move from Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wanted to kill them, would they be able to live? How could they make a fuss here? Since this was completely groundless and fabricated, it was conceivable that the other two were most likely fake as well. That was what Lu Ming wanted to express. Lowly bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, Yu had completely gone crazy and was screaming hysterically. He was defeated by Lu Ming in public with one move, especially with the elders of the heavenly human tribe beside him. If this matter were to spread, he would be embarrassed and become the laughingstock of the heavenly human tribe. He would be attacked by his competitors. He was about to go crazy. "How dare you!" At this moment, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe shouted, and a cold aura burst out, shrouding Lu Ming. He said coldly, "Mu Yun, you attacked the genius of the heavenly human tribe just now. This is disgraceful. I saw it with my own eyes this time. Are you still trying to deny it?" What? Lu Ming was a little confused. Did the other party accuse him just like that? Who attacked first just now? Lu Ming was just fighting back. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh and said, "You attacked first just now and launched a sure-kill attack on me. According to you, I can't fight back? How dare you? Watch your attitude when talking to me." The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe shouted and continued, "I don't care about the reason. I only care about the result. The result is that you attacked Yiyu. For you're just a heavenly soldier and a human. Your status and identity are worlds apart from Yiyu's. You attacked him and offended your superiors. That's a capital offense. Do you understand?" Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. How shameless! How could he say something like that? The other party's unspoken words were that no matter what the celestial race did to you, you could only endure. Even if they wanted to kill you, you could only wait for death. If you resisted, you would be committing treason. Offending your superiors was a crime punishable by death. In that case, what else was there to say? You can say whatever you want. Anyway, all the ancient secret skills are in my head. If you want to attack me or kill me, it's up to you. I can't resist, but I can only take these ancient secret skills with me." Lu Ming said indifferently. His face was filled with arrogance and disdain. This attitude directly ignited the anger of the heavenly human tribe's anger. He exploded and shouted, "How dare you! Mu Yun, you'd better hand over the ancient secret technique today and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Moreover, I know your origin. You're from the Fengdu Sword sect of the Iron Sea Star region. As long as I give the order, the Fengdu Sword sect will disappear from the universe in an instant. Not only the Fengdu Sword sect, but even the Iron Sea Star region will cease to exist. Do you understand? A threat, a blatant threat. After using Lu Ming's life as a threat, he used the Fengdu Sword sect and the Iron Sea Star region as a threat. Lu Ming finally saw the heavenly human tribe's attitude today. The heavenly human tribe, except for their great talent, was no different from the ordinary playboys in terms of character. They were despicable and shameless. "Okay, go ahead. I don't care." Lu Ming spread his hands and showed an indifferent attitude. Although he did not want to implicate the Fengdu Sword sect, Lu Ming knew that the more he showed concern, the easier it would be for the other party to manipulate him. The Fengdu Sword sect would be safer if he showed no concern. This kid, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe, did not expect Lu Ming to not care about the safety of the Fengdu Sword sect. Such a ruthless person was the hardest to deal with. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe had lived for a long time and had seen countless people. However, he did not know how to deal with Lu Ming. In his eyes, Lu Ming was like a porcupine that he did not know how to deal with. "All right." At this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky. Then, the void flashed and a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a young man from the heavenly human tribe. He looked like he was in his 20s. He had a head of golden hair and was very handsome. He had a faint smile on his face. However, it was this faint smile that showed his supreme majesty. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe and a few other experts, including Yiyu and the other young sky prides of the heavenly human tribe, changed their expressions when they saw this person. They put on a respectful expression and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Lord Heaven." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming and the others were shocked. The Lord Heaven. This young man from the heavenly human tribe who looked to be in his 20s was actually the Lord Heaven. The Lord Heaven of the heavenly palace. His cultivation level was at least at the almighty realm. This person was undoubtedly a terrifying existence at the almighty realm. Although he looked young, No one knew how long he had lived for. "Greetings, Lord Heaven." The other first-class heavenly soldiers and the core disciples of the heavenly palace bowed respectfully. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and bowed. Although he was unhappy with the heavenly human tribe, they were still at the almighty realm. Lord Heaven, why are you here?" "I'm teaching this human kid a lesson. This kid is unfilial." The burly man from the heavenly human clan came before the Lord of Heaven with a respectful expression. He then began to criticize Lu Ming. "Enough," the Lord Heaven said coldly, sounding displeased. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe stopped talking abruptly. There was a trace of fear on his face. It was obvious that the Lord Heaven's displeasure was directed at him. At this thought, his back was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Although his cultivation level had reached the peak of the Emperor God realm, he was only one step away from the Almighty realm. However, this one step was an insurmountable chasm. This chasm was extremely difficult to break through. In the heavenly palace, there were many peak Emperor God realm existences, but there were not many Almighty realm existences. Almighty realm existences stood at the peak of the primitive universe. Among all the major races in the universe, only the top 100 races had Almighty realm existences. Once a race had an Almighty realm expert, the status of the entire race would rise. The gap between the Emperor God realm and the Almighty realm was too big. One finger from either side could easily crush him. It was a big deal to offend an Almighty realm expert. It would be fine if it were another Almighty realm expert, but the other party was from the heavenly human tribe. Moreover, anyone who could become the Lord Heaven was a top existence even among the Almighty realm experts. "I know what happened before. Remember, the various races in the universe are one with the heavenly human tribe. They are not our slaves, nor are they our enemies. Our enemies are the demons and those traitors. Do you understand?" The Lord Heaven said coldly. He was obviously criticizing Yi Yu and the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe for their attitude toward Lu Ming. Yes. "I know I was wrong." Yi Yu and the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe quickly nodded. Chapter 4178. Yi Yu, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe, and the others nodded in awe. However, they felt that something was amiss. Their attitude towards other races was not inherited from the Lord of Heaven. Wasn't that the heavenly human tribe's style? They had always looked down on other races in the universe. Only those who had reached the Almighty realm would be respected by the heavenly human tribe and treated with respect. After all, even the heavenly palace had to pay attention to those who had reached the Almighty realm. However, Lu Ming was just a junior of the human tribe. Could it be that the Lord of Heaven has taken a fancy to this kid's talent? Yi Yu, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe, and the others were shocked. Yi Yu, in particular, was certain that the Lord of Heaven had taken a fancy to Lu Ming's talent. This made the anger in his heart even stronger, and he was filled with intense jealousy. He believed that the Lord of Heaven must have taken a fancy to Lu Ming's talent because he had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had taken a fancy to the Lord of Heaven because he had trampled on him. Unforgivable! Yi Yu roared in his heart, but he did not dare to show it in front of the Lord of Heaven. "Good job, Mu Yun." At that moment, the Lord of Heaven looked at Lu Ming and said, "It's rare to see someone as talented as you in the universe. Work hard and cultivate in the heavenly palace. Don't worry, no one will make things difficult for you in the future." "Thank you, Lord of Heaven." Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him again. The promise I made to you before is still valid. In the archaic world, whoever obtains something belongs to you. No one else can take it away. You can use it to exchange for merit points with the heavenly palace. Do you understand?" The Lord of Heaven glanced at the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe, Yi Yu, and the others. Although his gaze was calm, Yi Yu and the others still felt chills running down their spines as they nodded their heads in agreement. The void trembled slightly as the Lord of Heaven disappeared from where he was and left the place. This Lord of Heaven is somewhat familiar. Lu Ming looked in the direction where the Lord of Heaven had left with a thoughtful expression. He felt that this Lord of Heaven's silhouette was somewhat familiar. He thought of the 6 divine lords who had fought against the demon masters in the dark universe. Among them, there were 3 Lord of Heaven. Although the 3 Lord of Heaven were shrouded in the light and their faces could not be seen clearly, Lu Ming felt that one of the Lord of Heaven's silhouette was similar to the Lord of Heaven. Perhaps it was one of them. Back then, when Lu Ming was fighting with the demon prodigy, he had turned the tide and made great contributions. Perhaps this heavenly lord had a good impression of him. Moreover, he had displayed great talent. That was why he had saved him. Everyone, please leave. Lu Ming looked at Yi Yu, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe, and the others. Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe harumphed coldly. He was extremely unhappy and his killing intent towards Lu Ming was extremely strong. He wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. However, the Lord of Heaven had already spoken. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to attack Lu Ming. Even if he wanted to attack Lu Ming, it would take some time. As long as he was in the heavenly palace, there would be plenty of opportunities. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe sneered in his heart. That's right. You're lucky this time, but you can't be so lucky every time. Let's wait and see. Yi Yu harumphed coldly, then turned and left. The other core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace also followed Yi Yu and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other first-class heavenly soldiers also turned and left. They kept a distance from Lu Ming, keeping a distance from each other. This time, although Lu Ming had saved his life because of the Lord of Heaven, he had completely offended Yi Yu and the other heavenly human tribe experts. They would definitely hate him. If he got too close to Lu Ming, he would most likely be remembered by the other party. His ending would definitely not be good. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he walked away. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to his residence. This time, I've offended Yi Yu and the others. With their temperament, they most likely won't let this matter rest. I should stay away from Dandan and Ling Yu Wei in the future, so as to not implicate them. Lu Ming was thinking, preparing for a rainy day. Sooner or later, he would have to leave the heavenly palace. If he were to get too close to Dandan and Ling Yu Wei, he would probably implicate them when he left the heavenly palace in the future. However, when he returned, he did not see Dandan and Ling Yu Wei. Presumably, the 2 of them were either cultivating in seclusion or carrying out some mission. Lu Ming entered his room, sat down cross-legged, and began to count his gains this time. The main harvest this time was the primordial divine stone. This was the biggest harvest. In addition, he had obtained a total of 1,700 types of ancient secret techniques. This was also an astonishing harvest. Among them, there were more than 800 types that Lu Ming had fused into his cells in the form of secret technique runes. He had already mastered them. The remaining ones were all exchanged with the great Magus God Palace. They were all recorded in Lu Ming's mind, and he needed to slowly comprehend and cultivate them later on. This time, I've obtained a total of more than 1,700 ancient secret techniques. However, it's impossible for all of them to be exchanged with the heavenly palace. There are about 1,000 of them that can be exchanged. Lu Ming carefully recalled the ancient secret techniques that the heavenly palace already had. Lu Ming had long since memorized the names of the thousands of ancient secret techniques that the heavenly palace already had. It was only 1,000 of them. With Lu Ming's current memory, he could remember them with a single glance. Next, Lu Ming wanted to make a copy of the ancient secret technique that he had obtained and take it to the heavenly palace to exchange for merit points. The heavenly palace already had it, so there was no need to make a copy. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of jade talismans appeared. These jade talismans were empty and could be used to record ancient secret techniques. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, Lu Ming picked up a jade talisman. He stretched out his hand and a ray of light enveloped the jade talisman. Not long after, the cultivation method of one of the ancient secret techniques was recorded in the jade talisman. After putting away the jade talisman, Lu Ming took out a second jade talisman and continued to record. Just like that, a few days later, Lu Ming had recorded all the ancient secret techniques that the heavenly palace did not have on the jade talisman. I've completed my task. How many merit points can I exchange for over 1,000 ancient secret techniques? Lu Ming's face was filled with anticipation. Even the cheapest ancient secret technique could be exchanged for 100,000 merit points. Over 1,000 of them could be exchanged for at least 100 million merit points. This was calculated based on the lowest standard. In fact, it was definitely more than that. How many treasures can I exchange for with 100 million merit points? This time, I must make a good haul. Also, with so many merit points, it's enough for me to advance to the Divine General level. I can then go to the 4th level of the Blessings Tower to cultivate. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. He immediately started to move. In front of the Merit Exchange Hall, he planned to exchange these ancient secret techniques for secret technique runes. Chapter 4179. Young friend, is there anything I can help you with? A heavenly human elder looked at Lu Ming with a smile. Senior, I have a batch of Archean secret skills that I need to exchange for merit points. Lu Ming said. Archean secret skills? It seems like you're one of the people who entered the Archean world this time? The heavenly human elder said. Senior, you're right. Lu Ming nodded. Have you made a copy of your ancient secret technique? Copy them and give them to me. I'll check them. You should know that the Heavenly Palace already has them, so I can't give them to you. The heavenly human elder said. I know. Lu Ming nodded and waved his hand. A pile of jade talismans flew out. There were more than 1,000 of them. So many? The eyes of the old man from the heavenly human tribe widened. He was deeply shocked. Are all these Archean secret skills? The heavenly human elder asked with a trembling voice. That's right. There are a total of 1,003 Archean secret skills that the Heavenly Palace doesn't have. Senior, please check them, Lu Ming said. Hiss, the heavenly human elder sucked in a cold breath. 1,003 Archean secret skills. A total of 1,003 Archean secret skills. Most importantly, these 1,003 Archean secret skills were not available in the Heavenly Palace. How many Archean secret skills did Lu Ming obtain in total? This brat was amazing. The elder from the heavenly human tribe sized Lu Ming up carefully. He knew that this human lad in front of him was most likely a rare and unparalleled genius. Okay, I'll exchange them for you now. However, each Archean secret skill has a different value. I need to send the information up to determine the exact price. The heavenly human elder said. Senior, please. Lu Ming smiled. Wait a minute. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then a group of people walked in. Yiyu, Lu Ming frowned. It was this guy again. Nothing good would come out of this guy's appearance. Yiyu. When the heavenly human elders saw Yiyu, he smiled. This made Lu Ming feel even more uneasy. The heavenly human elder and Yiyu knew each other. Uncle Chuan. Yiyu nodded. Yiyu, what are you doing here? The heavenly human elder asked. I'm also here to exchange my ancient secret skills for merit points. This is my ancient secret skill. You guys can also exchange your ancient secret skills for merit points. Yi waved his hand and a batch of jade talismans. The other heavenly humans did the same. They took out some jade talismans. Obviously, these jade talismans recorded the Archean secret skills. Lu Ming frowned and said to the heavenly human elder, Senior, I came first. I should be the first to exchange. What do you mean you have to exchange first because you came here first? Where did this rule come from? In my heavenly human tribe, there is no such rule. Uncle Chuan, don't you think so? Yiyu said. That's right. Yiyu, take out your Archean secret skills. I'll exchange them for you first. The heavenly human elders smiled and ignored Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. However, there was nothing he could say if the heavenly human elder insisted on exchanging for Yiyu and the others first. The heavenly human elder began to check the Archean secret skills of Yiyu and the others. After a while, everything was ready and he began to give them the merit points. After 3 hours, Yiyu and the others were finally done exchanging. Senior, it's my turn now, right? Lu Ming said. Uncle Chuan, this person's Archean secret skills are of unknown origin. I think it's better not to exchange them for him. Yi said coldly as his gaze shifted. This? The heavenly human elder hesitated. Not exchanging? Okay, these Archean secret skills are what the Lord of Heaven wants. If you don't exchange them, I can only keep them for myself. If the Lord of Heaven asks, I can only say that you don't need these Archean secret skills. Lu Ming sneered. He turned and left after saying that. The Archean secret skills were something that the Heavenly Palace needed to exchange for. If he didn't want to exchange them, he would just lose some merit points. The initiative was in his hands. Would he be afraid? Sure enough, the heavenly human elder's face changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Young friend, please wait. I didn't say that I don't want to exchange them." Lu Ming had so many Archean secret skills. If he didn't exchange them, he couldn't afford to be punished by the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming turned around and sneered. Damn it, Yi roared in his heart. However, he didn't dare to stop Lu Ming from exchanging them. He didn't have the right to do so. Senior, please check them. Lu Ming took out the 1003 jade talismans again. The old man from the heavenly human tribe checked the list and said, there are only 603 ancient secret skills that you can exchange for. Only 603? What's going on? I clearly remember that the Heavenly Palace doesn't have any of these. Lu Ming's face changed. They didn't have any before, but now they do, the heavenly human elder said lightly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood. Just now Yu and the others had exchanged for 400 Archean secret skills that the Heavenly Palace didn't have. In this way, the Heavenly Palace would have 400 more Archean secret skills. Naturally, there would be fewer Archean secret skills to exchange for. Damn it! Lu Ming roared in his heart. He was the one who came first. If he had exchanged first, this wouldn't have happened. However, the heavenly human elder helped Yu and the others, which made him lose a lot of merit points for no reason. How many merit points could he exchange for 400 Archean secret skills? Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. On the side, Yu and the others sneered. In fact, they could have exchanged for the Archean secret skills if they had been here, but they deliberately waited here for Lu Ming to exchange for them. They deliberately wanted to anger Lu Ming and suppress Lu Ming. Young friend, I didn't violate the Heavenly Palace's rules, nor did I violate the Lord of Heaven's wishes. The Archean secret skills in the Heavenly Palace can't be exchanged. The Lord of Heaven has already said that. Young friend, do you still want to exchange for them? The heavenly human elder smiled. Now, he wasn't afraid that Lu Ming wouldn't exchange for them. Anyway, he didn't violate the rules. If Lu Ming didn't exchange for them, it would be Lu Ming's responsibility, not his. He didn't make things difficult for Lu Ming. He was just doing things according to the rules. If that happened, the Lord of Heaven wouldn't be looking for him, but Lu Ming. This wasn't a conspiracy, but an open one. Lu Ming also knew this. If he didn't exchange for them, he would be the one to suffer. I'll exchange for them, but every Archean secret skill has a corresponding price. If you don't give me enough, I'll look for the Lord of Heaven to judge, Lu Ming said. He had no choice. The Heavenly Palace was the Heavenly Palace of the heavenly human tribe. He was always at a disadvantage in the Heavenly Palace, so he had to get some benefits. Don't worry, we won't shortchange you. There are a total of 603 Archean secret skills. The heavenly human elder said. Then he recorded the names of the 603 Archean secret skills and reported them to the higher-ups. The higher-ups would set the price. He couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 4180. Lu Ming waited for a few hours. Finally, the prices of the various ancient secret techniques were set and the merit points were distributed. Here are the prices of the various ancient secret techniques. Check them. If they are correct, you can officially exchange them. The heavenly human elder handed a jade talisman to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. There was information about the prices of the various ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming read it carefully, then nodded and returned the jade talisman to the other party. The prices given were relatively fair. The lowest price was 100,000 supply points, and the highest was 1 million merit points. This was about the same as the exchange price in the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming expressed that there was no problem. Give me your identity medallion. The heavenly human elder said. Lu Ming handed the identity token to the other party. The other party placed the identity token on a disk array. Buzz. The disk array vibrated and emitted a dazzling light. Rays of light were continuously injected into the identity token. With such a large number of merit points involved, the heavenly human elder naturally did not have the authority to distribute them. The higher-ups of the heavenly palace would distribute the merit points remotely through the disk array. A moment later, the disk array's light door dimmed. All right, you can check it. The heavenly human elder handed the disk array to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He immediately saw the number of merit points that Lu Ming had. A total of more than 130 million merit points. 130 million merit points. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming's heart still beat violently when he saw so many merit points in one go. Most of the 603 ancient secret techniques were priced at 100,000 merit points each. However, there were also some extremely expensive ones that reached 1 million merit points. Of course, there were very few of these secret techniques. All in all, they were worth about 200,000 merit points each. At the same time, Lu Ming's heart ached for the 400 ancient secret techniques. If not for Yi Yu and the others, he would have gained more than 80 million merit points. Even so, Lu Ming was satisfied. With over 130 million merit points, how many treasures could he exchange for? Lu Ming had already recited the names of the various treasures in his mind. By the side, Yu gave a cold snort and left with his people. Although this caused Lu Ming to earn less merit points, he knew that Lu Ming's remaining ancient secret techniques could still be exchanged for an astonishing amount of merit points. This made him extremely displeased, and he left with a cold face. Lu Ming handed over the ancient secret technique to the celestial race elder and left as well. After leaving, Lu Ming went straight to the military affairs office. He planned to become a divine general first before heading to the merit exchange hall to exchange for a batch of treasures. Then, he would head to the blessings tower to cultivate. Only after becoming a divine general could one enter the 4th level of the blessings tower to cultivate. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the military affairs department. What? You want to become a divine general? The heavenly official in charge of the promotion ceremony exclaimed in shock as he stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. He could see that Lu Ming was only at the 9th level of the godly emperor realm. Reaching the 9th level of the godly emperor realm at such a young age was already extremely shocking. However, becoming a divine general from the 9th level of the godly emperor realm was even more shocking. There were only a few cases in history. That's right. Lu Ming nodded solemnly. The heavenly official carefully sized up Lu Ming, and his eyes suddenly flashed. Are you called Mu Yun? That's right, I am Mu Yun. Do you know me? Lu Ming was astonished. He was so famous in the heavenly palace now? Even a heavenly official from the military affairs office knew him? That's right. Since you are Mu Yun, please go back. The heavenly official said. Go back? What do you mean? Lu Ming frowned. It's very simple. You've only been in the heavenly palace for a short time. You don't have enough experience. Besides, your cultivation level is too low. You're only a godly emperor. You're not qualified to become a divine general. You should go back and gain experience. You can come back when you break through to the godly emperor realm. The heavenly official explained coldly. Lu Ming's expression darkened. Your Excellency heavenly official, if I remember correctly, the heavenly palace says that as long as you have accumulated 10 million merit points, you can become a divine general, right? Are there other requirements? Lu Ming asked. The position of a divine general is not a trivial matter. You have to guard a region and there must be no mistakes. Although there is a rule that you can be promoted as long as you accumulate 10 million merit points, it depends on the specific situation. If you are not suitable, you cannot be promoted. If you have any doubts, you can ask around. All right, I have other things to do. Don't get in my way. The heavenly official waved his hand coldly. Lu Ming had no choice but to turn and leave. He knew that the heavenly official was probably telling the truth. There were probably stricter requirements for becoming a divine general. Otherwise, the heavenly official would not have dared to violate the heavenly rules. However, he had never heard of such a special requirement. It was unlikely that it would be used under normal circumstances. But now, Lu Ming did not believe that there would be such a coincidence. It's most likely the work of Yi Yu and the others, Lu Ming inwardly snorted. He knew that Yi Yu and the others must be behind this, deliberately preventing him from becoming a divine general. There were several losses if he could not become a divine general. First, he could not receive a divine general armor. A divine general armor was even stronger than a first-grade celestial soldier armor in terms of defense. Second, he could not enter the fourth level of the Blessings Tower to cultivate. At worst, I'll just give it up. I can still cultivate the third level. I'll just have to spend a little more time. Lu Ming muttered to himself as he left the office. After Lu Ming left the military affairs office, a figure came out. It was Yi Yu. Mu Yun, this is just the beginning. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. A sinister smile appeared on Yi Yu's face. After Lu Ming left the military affairs office, he went straight to the merit exchange hall. It was time to exchange his vast amount of merit points for various treasures. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the merit exchange hall. Let's exchange for a batch of broken divine weapons for Qiuqiu first. Lu Ming's first thought was Qiuqiu. He entered the ball of light that stored the broken divine weapons. A large number of broken divine weapons were placed in front of Lu Ming. This broken divine weapon is worth 1,000 merit points. It's too low grade. I don't want it. This divine weapon is worth 5,000. It's too low grade. I don't want it. Lu Ming scanned the list. He did not want anything that was worth less than 100,000 merit points. Now that Lu Ming was rich, he did not want anything that was so cheap. The higher the price of a broken divine weapon, the higher the grade and more precious it was when it was in perfect condition. The more precious the treasure was, the more Qiuqiu's potential could be fully unleashed. This half of a battle saber is worth 200,000 merit points. Not bad. I'll exchange for it. Lu Ming used his identity token and paid 200,000 merit points for a blood-red battle saber. Crunch, crunch, I want to eat it. Qiuqiu immediately stared at the battle saber. Don't wait until tonight. Chapter 4181. Lu Ming smiled and threw the blood-red battle saber to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu swallowed the saber in one gulp, revealing a look of enjoyment. Lu Ming continued his search. Next, Lu Ming exchanged for all the broken divine weapons that were worth more than 100,000. Soon he spent 2 million merit points. It's still too low level. Are there any broken divine weapons worth more than 1 million merit points? Lu Ming pondered. He was interested in broken divine weapons like the broken spear from last time. Only those kinds of divine weapons could play a powerful role. Qiuqiu's cultivation had soared to the peak of the 9th godly emperor realm after devouring it, and it had only refined a part of it. However, there were too many broken divine weapons like that. They floated in the air like stars in the universe. It was not easy to find them. Lu Ming released his spiritual awareness and began to focus on searching for high-level broken divine weapons. Lu Ming was too lazy to deal with ordinary broken divine weapons. The ones he had exchanged for before should be enough. An hour later, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally found a broken divine weapon worth 1 million merit points. No, it could not be called a broken divine weapon anymore. It was just a piece of scrap metal the size of a palm. Yes, it was a piece of black metal the size of a palm. It was impossible to tell what kind of weapon it was. Lu Ming was surprised. It was just a piece of metal. He could not tell what kind of weapon it was, but it was worth 1 million merit points. It was definitely not a small matter. I want to eat it, I want to eat it. Qiuqiu became anxious when he saw the piece of metal. There was a deep desire in his eyes. Exchange. Lu Ming did not hesitate to exchange for it. After a while, he got the piece of metal. What a heavy piece of metal! Lu Ming held the piece of metal in his hand and found that it was extremely heavy. It was like holding a star in his hand. Lu Ming had to use all his strength to hold it. It was just an incomplete piece of metal. He did not know what kind of weapon it came from. It was so heavy that it was many times heavier than the gravity orb in his hand. This was no small matter. This was no small matter. I want to eat, I want to eat, Qiuqiu was already shouting impatiently. Here, be careful, it's heavy, Lu Ming said. With that, he tossed it to Qiuqiu, who swallowed it into the air. To Lu Ming's surprise, such a heavy piece of iron was swallowed by the balloon, but he was completely fine. Lu Ming finally understood. As long as it was a metal-type treasure, once it entered Qiuqiu's mouth, it would become his food and he would be free to refine it. Let's continue searching. Lu Ming did not give up and continued his search. A few hours later, Lu Ming found another 2 damaged divine weapons that were worth 1 million merit points. It was easy to tell what kind of weapons these 2 broken divine weapons were. One of them was half a sword, and the other was half a glove. These 2 items were no small matter. Otherwise, they would not be worth 1 million merit points after being damaged. It was about the same as the spear that Lu Ming had exchanged for previously. Lu Ming exchanged for them and gave them to Qiuqiu. What Lu Ming did not expect was that after eating these 2 broken divine weapons, Qiuqiu's body immediately emitted a mysterious and powerful fluctuation. This is the prelude to evolution? Lu Ming could not help but widen his eyes. That's right, this is the prelude to evolution and breaking through to the Emperor God realm. Gu Mo's voice sounded at the right time. It's evolving so soon? Qiuqiu has just eaten those broken divine weapons and hasn't refined them yet, but it's already evolving? Lu Ming was very surprised. That's why I said that breaking through to the Emperor God realm requires an opportunity. Qiuqiu ate that spear in the past and did not completely refine it, so there's still a lot left. Over the years, a large portion of that spear has been refined, and the accumulated energy is actually enough to break through to the Emperor God realm, but it's stuck at a bottleneck. This time, it has continuously swallowed many high-level divine weapons. When these divine weapons were complete, they were controlled by various powerful existences and contained different kinds of qi. Now that Qiuqiu has swallowed so many divine weapons and their qi is colliding, it probably found the opportunity to break through. Gu Mo explained. Gu Mo had lived for a very long time and had experienced a lot. His eyes were unusually sharp, and he easily saw through the truth behind it. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed like this was most likely the case. Lu Ming did not expect that after exchanging these broken divine weapons, Qiuqiu would find the opportunity to break through. This made him very happy. It was completely worth it to spend 5 million merit points previously. Once it broke through to the Emperor God realm, Qiuqiu's strength would skyrocket, and it would be a great help to him. Let's go back first, Lu Ming muttered. Then, he left the merit points exchange hall and returned to his residence. He placed Qiuqiu in his room and set up a layer of array around the room. It was not a particularly profound array, but it could conceal the fluctuations caused by Qiuqiu's breakthrough. After placing Qiuqiu down, Lu Ming went to the merit points exchange hall again. There should be more than 200 ancient secret techniques in the heavenly palace that I don't have. Should I exchange for them? Lu Ming pondered. The heavenly palace originally had more than 1,000 ancient secret techniques. This time, Lu Ming had obtained more than 1,700 ancient secret techniques in the archaic world. However, these over 1,700 types of ancient mystic skills did not completely overlap with the 1,000 types of ancient mystic skills in the Sky Palace. In fact, there were more than 200 ancient mystic skills that did not overlap. Lu Ming did not have them. Lu Ming was considering if he should exchange for them. However, after thinking for a while, Lu Ming decided not to exchange for them first. He already had enough ancient secret techniques in his possession. Although some of them were directly integrated into his cells through secret technique runes, they were only at the entry level. He did not know how long it would take to cultivate all of them to the great success stage. There was also a large portion that he had not even started to comprehend. He did not know how long it would take to cultivate all of them to the great success stage. Moreover, he still had a large number of ordinary secret techniques that he had yet to cultivate. Lu Ming was afraid that he would not be able to digest them if he ate them before they were completely digested. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to cultivate all of them to the great success stage before exchanging for them. If he did not exchange for the secret techniques first, then what should he exchange for? Lu Ming pondered carefully. After a while, Lu Ming had an idea. First, of course, he would exchange for divine pills that were helpful for cultivation. There were also some natural treasures similar to the elvenwood heart that contained pure energy. These were the foundation of Lu Ming's cultivation. Naturally, the more he had, the better. Lu Ming spent a total of 20 million merit points to exchange for a large number of natural treasures and divine pills. In this way, Lu Ming only had about 100 million merit points left. I can't keep my merit points. The only way is to convert them into treasures. Let me see the blood of the primordial god, the bones, and treasures for cultivating divine power of origin and secret techniques of origin. Chapter 4182. The Merit Exchange Hall in the Heavenly Palace had everything. You could see any kind of treasure as long as you had enough merit points. For example, the blood and bones of primitive godly spirits were priceless treasures that were priceless in the outside world. However, the Exchange Hall of the Heavenly Palace also had them, and the quantity was astonishing. Lu Ming's current body was a forbidden body, so he couldn't use these treasures. However, his past self could be used. His past body mainly cultivated the universe 10,000 Dao art, which allowed him to cultivate countless kinds of divine powers, specialize in the divine power of origin and secret arts of origin, and cultivate the primordial divine body. So, these treasures were very useful to Lu Ming's past body. Besides his past body, Lu Ming also had family, disciples and friends. They could also use these treasures. However, treasures related to the primordial divine spirit were very expensive. 1 drop of the primordial divine spirit's blood cost 10,000 merit points. In the end, Lu Ming bought 3,000 drops and spent 30 million merit points. Besides, Lu Ming also had his eyes on a primordial divine spirit skull. The price was even higher. A single skull cost 10 million merit points. The price was shocking, but so were the effects. Anyone who cultivated the divine power of origin and secret arts of origin would be thousands of times more effective if they cultivated around this skull. When they were in the Taishu Holy Court, everyone cultivated using the primitive deity statue. But compared to this skull, the primordial divine statue was much more inferior. This skull exuded the spirituality of the primordial divine spirit, as if it was made of beautiful jade. It was very mysterious. Lu Ming bought it without hesitation. If he brought this treasure back to the Taishu dynasty and gave it to his family, disciples and friends, the effects would be amazing. Even if his past self cultivated under this skull, the effect would still be astonishing. This was a real primordial divine spirit skull. After buying these treasures, he spent another 40 million merit points. Oh right, there's also the divine source flower. It's effective for the divine power of origin to awaken 7 or 8 times. There's also the divine power origin bead, devil origin fruit, life origin grass. In Lu Ming's mind, the names of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures kept appearing. These divine medicines and treasures were very useful for cultivating divine power of origin or secret arts of origin. From treasures that could help awaken divine power of origin, to treasures that could help awaken divine power of origin, to treasures that could help awaken divine power of origin once or twice, to 3 or 4 times, to 7 or 8 times, he exchanged for all of them. There were also treasures that could help sever the shackles of origin secret techniques. This time, he spent another 10 million merit points, nearly 20 million merit points. There are also forbidden weapon domain talismans. Let's exchange for a few of them as well as some other treasures. Lu Ming continued to exchange for various other treasures, spending another few million merit points. In this way, Lu Ming was left with about 40 million merit points. The merit points are being spent too quickly. Lu Ming sighed. In the beginning, he had more than 130 million merit points. Although it seemed like a lot, he still felt that it wasn't enough when he spent them. Lu Ming realized that no matter how many merit points he had, once he entered the merit exchange hall, he felt that it wasn't enough. This was because there were simply too many treasures in the merit exchange hall. Some of the treasures were shockingly expensive. Lu Ming even saw treasures that were worth 10 billion. That's right, They were treasures that could only be exchanged for with 10 billion merit points. Lu Ming could only look at such treasures. He didn't even need to think about them. However, although he had spent so many merit points, Lu Ming was still quite satisfied. After all, he had exchanged for a large number of treasures that could be used for a long time. The rewards from this trip to the great ancient world were unimaginable. I still have 40 million merit points. I can cultivate on the 3rd level of the Blessings Tower for more than 200 years. Now, it's time to improve. I hope that there are no missions assigned to me during this period. After putting away the treasures that he had exchanged for, Lu Ming left in satisfaction. After leaving the Merit Exchange Hall, he went straight to the Blessings Tower and entered the 3rd level. This time, Lu Ming didn't go directly to the primordial divine sound to comprehend the secret technique. Instead, he went to the lake that was filled with the primordial divine spirit's blood. Lu Ming planned to try and see if he could use the primordial divine spirit's blood to break through to the next level. Lu Ming stepped into the primordial divine spirit's blood lake. His entire body sank into the lake and he began to cultivate. Time flew by quickly. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had cultivated in the primordial divine spirit's blood lake for 3 years. After 3 years, Lu Ming's cultivation hadn't changed in the slightest. He was still stuck at the peak of the 9th layer Divine Emperor realm. It seems like it's very difficult to break through just by cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming pondered. After cultivating for 3 years, his cultivation hadn't changed at all. He was completely stuck at a bottleneck. Lu Ming walked out of the lake and stopped cultivating. Just as Guillemot had said, if he wanted to break through, he needed an opportunity. Now wasn't the time. Lu Ming left the primordial divine spirit's blood lake and went to the primordial divine sound. Since he couldn't break through to the next level, he would put it aside and cultivate all kinds of secret techniques first. After all, Lu Ming had a lot of secret techniques to cultivate. Very quickly, Lu Ming arrived at the primordial divine sound's place. He sat down cross-legged and entered a state of emptiness. Let's comprehend the ultimate light technique first, Lu Ming thought. The ultimate light technique was ranked in the top 100 of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. It had both attack and speed. It was very mysterious. Lu Ming liked it very much and decided to cultivate it first. The cultivation method of the ultimate light technique appeared in his mind and he started to comprehend it. However, just as Lu Ming was comprehending the ultimate light technique, the primordial god stone in his mind emitted a slight fluctuation. Then, Lu Ming felt that his speed of comprehending the ancient secret techniques had suddenly increased. And it wasn't just a little, but a lot. The primordial god stone is so mysterious. Not only can I comprehend all kinds of ancient secret techniques from it, but it can also speed up the comprehension of ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming was ecstatic. Originally, with the help of the primordial divine sound, the speed of comprehending ancient secret techniques was already very fast. Now, with the help of the primordial god stone, the speed of comprehending ancient secret techniques had increased to another level. Initially, there were so many ancient mystic skills. He did not know how much time it would take to cultivate them to phenomenal success. Lu Ming was not confident either. But now, the speed of his cultivation was definitely much faster than before. Perhaps, if he cultivated here for a few hundred years, he would be able to cultivate most of the ancient secret techniques in his hands. Continue, hurry up. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. In the process of his comprehension, the primordial god stone constantly emitted a mysterious fluctuation that increased his comprehension speed. In this state, Lu Ming's comprehension of the ultimate light technique improved by leaps and bounds. Chapter 4183. After a period of time, the Greater Aurora technique had reached the great mastery stage at a rapid speed. With the support of the primordial godly voice and the archaic godly stone, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. In less than a year, he had already reached the greater success stage. Moreover, this was a secret technique that was ranked in the top 100 among the 3,000 archaic secret techniques. Compared to practicing it step by step outside, it saved a lot of time. After finishing the Great Aurora technique, Lu Ming continued to practice the next secret skill, The Great Destruction Technique. It took about the same time as the Great Aurora Technique. The Great Destruction Technique also reached the level of great success. Then he continued to practice the next secret skill. Just like that, Lu Ming concentrated on practicing the ancient secret skills. Of course, from time to time, he would observe some dreamy godly jades to see if the Heavenly Palace had any tasks for him. Fortunately, the Heavenly Palace didn't give him any tasks, so he could cultivate in peace. Year after year, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating there for 200 years. In these 200 years, Lu Ming's mind was focused on comprehending the secret skills. His progress was astonishing. Most of the Archean secret skills he had obtained from the Archean world had been cultivated to the profound realm, including the Archean secret skills that he had not comprehended in the beginning. The difficulty of cultivating an ordinary archaic mystic skill was lower than that of the Great Aurora skill and the Great Art of Destruction. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to cultivate more than 1,700 archaic mystic skills to greater success within a short 200 years. In total, 1,700 cells in his body started to shine. It was as if 1,700 stars were embedded in his body. It was extremely dazzling. These 1,700 cells were all cells that had been fused with a secret rune of an ancient secret skill. Boom! Lu Ming's body shook. He felt that his body was filled with endless strength. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming felt that even though he was still at the top of the 9th godly emperor layer, his fighting strength was much stronger than it had been 200 years ago. I am now at the godly emperor layer. How many levels can I surpass to fight? Lu Ming was very curious. He didn't know because he hadn't fought. But it was definitely more than a few levels, more than 8 levels. However, he would need to fight to know how many levels he had reached. Although there were only 1,700 ancient secret skills, they were much stronger than ordinary secret skills. More than 1,700 ancient secret skills transformed into secret skill runes and integrated into his cells. As long as Lu Ming had a thought, these ancient secret skills would integrate with the taboo power. His taboo power had undergone a qualitative change. It had become extremely powerful and indestructible. There was nothing it could not break. At the same time, the forbidden power strength covering his body. His defense was amazing. My remaining merit points can only support me to cultivate here for a dozen years. I'd better keep them for now. Who knows, they might be of use elsewhere. Lu Ming's Aurora Cultivation. I'll test. To test my fighting strength. Lu-Or. The illusory Demon Valley was a valley in the Dream Sky City created by a great deployment spell. There were endless demons condensed by the great deployment spell for the Heavenly Palace's cultivators to fight and gain experience. First of all, they could increase their fighting strength and experience. Second of all, those demons were very similar to real demons. The Heavenly Palace's cultivators could also become more familiar with them. When they fought against real demons, they would have more confidence. After a short time, Lu Ming entered the illusory Demon Valley. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, a large number of demons condensed out of thin air. They flapped their wings, sand and stones flew. They were very similar to real demons. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and hundreds of demons exploded. Lu Ming shook his head. Those demons only had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. They were too weak. Lu Ming flew deeper into the illusory Demon Valley. The deeper he went, the stronger the demons were. After a short time, a group of demons of the 5th godly emperor layer attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and they all disappeared. Too weak. Continue. Boom. He threw a punch and a large number of demons disappeared. Still too weak. Continue. After a short time, hundreds of demons of the 9th godly emperor layer attacked Lu Ming, but Lu Ming still killed them in one punch. Lu Ming shook his head. They were still too weak. Now, in front of Lu Ming, 9th godly emperor layer cultivators were too weak. He could crush them with one finger. It wasn't a challenge at all. As they continued, more and more demons of the 9th godly emperor layer appeared. At first, there were only 100, then 100, then 1,000, but ants were ants. It didn't matter how many of them there were. After a short time, a demon appeared in front of them. Indeed, it was a demon, but its chi was terrifying. It was a great supreme god demon. Finally, a great supreme god demon. Lu Ming smiled. That demon of the first great supreme god layer roared furiously. Its chi was like a mountain. It flapped its wings and moved like lightning towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still threw a punch. Then, the demon exploded and turned into a ball of energy, disappearing. That demon of the first great supreme god layer was also killed in one punch. They continued forwards. There were still demons of the first great supreme god layer, but there were more of them. They couldn't withstand a single attack. After a while, they started to see demons of the second great supreme god layer. The second great supreme god layer was much stronger than the first great supreme god layer. Great supreme gods couldn't be compared to godly emperors, because those who could break through to the great supreme god layer were all geniuses. If they had to be compared, they could be compared. For example, what kind of people could defeat cultivators of the great supreme god layer? The answer was that cultivators of the godly emperor layer could defeat cultivators of 3 levels higher than them. For example, if a cultivator of the godly emperor layer could fight against cultivators who were 3 layers higher than him, and when he broke through to the first great supreme god layer, he would be able to fight against cultivators of the second great supreme god layer, even though he had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. In other words, each layer of the great supreme god layer was equivalent to the difference of 3 levels between godly emperors. If a cultivator of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer wanted to defeat cultivators of the second great supreme god layer, they had to be able to defeat cultivators of 7 levels higher than them. Lu Ming obviously couldn't defeat cultivators of 7 levels higher than them. Boom! He threw a punch and the demon exploded. It was still an instant kill. Lu Ming understood that he couldn't defeat cultivators of 7 levels higher than them. He hadn't reached his limit yet. So, he had to continue. Cultivators of the second great supreme god layer couldn't defeat him. Finally, after a while, a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer appeared. Third great supreme god layer, come. Lu Ming looked impatient. He had been fighting for a long time, and finally, a cultivator who could make him feel pressured. This time, he could test out where his ultimate combat strength was. Chapter 4184. The demon of the third great supreme god layer roared. His energy was violent as he dashed towards Lu Ming. The terrifying pressure made Lu Ming's body tense. A third great supreme god layer cultivator was definitely strong. When Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer in the great ancient world, he had relied on the mysterious ice staff to fight against a third great supreme god layer cultivator. Now, Lu Ming was not using any external force. He was just relying on his own strength. His body trembled and all the cells in his body vibrated. A dazzling light enveloped Lu Ming. He used all kinds of secret techniques and threw a punch. Boom! Their attacks collided, creating a violent shockwave that swept in all directions. Afterward, Lu Ming's body shook and he could not help but retreat continuously. He retreated continuously for more than 10 steps before he steadied himself. As for the demon, his body only swayed a little. Then he continued to attack Lu Ming. My strength is not enough. Lu Ming's heart jumped. He realized that his strength was slightly weaker than his opponent's. He was at a disadvantage in the previous exchange. Let's try a few more moves, Lu Ming whispered. He dashed out and engaged in a fierce battle with the other party. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures continued to fight in the air. The battle was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. However, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. He was forced back with each move. After a dozen moves, he was forced back a few thousand meters. He felt numb all over and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Then, let's try the battle character art to increase my fighting strength by 7 times. Boom! Lu Ming's body rumbled and the battle character art glowed in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming had activated the battle character art to increase his fighting strength by 7 times. Lu Ming had already cultivated the battle character art to the peak, and he could achieve a 100% success rate. Later on, Lu Ming would cultivate the battle character art to increase his fighting strength by 7 times. Although he spent most of his time cultivating the ancient secret technique in the Blessings Tower, he would occasionally take some time to comprehend the battle character manual. Now, he had successfully cultivated the battle character incantation, which increased his combat power by 7 times. Although it wasn't a 100% success rate, it could still succeed once out of 10 times. In the previous battle, Lu Ming had been trying to trigger the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 7 times. Now, he had finally succeeded. After activating the battle character secret art, Lu Ming charged at his opponent again, and the two of them exchanged a blow. Boom! There was another violent explosion, and then, a figure quickly retreated. It was still Lu Ming. The one who retreated was still Lu Ming. The situation had not changed in the slightest. What happened? Lu Ming's expression changed. Previously, when he had fought against the demon of the third great supreme god layer, Lu Ming had been at a disadvantage. That was how strong he was. In the Divine Emperor realm, he could fight someone who was 9 levels higher than him. A total of 9 levels. If news of this spread, people would be scared to death. After all, the candidates of the Universe Genius list could only fight someone who was 4 levels higher than them. Those who could fight someone who was 5 levels higher than them were already unparalleled in the world. For example, Battle God Yuan Wen. And Lu Ming was now 9 levels higher than him. However, between the 9th Great Supreme God Layer and the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer, there should be a difference of 10 levels. That was why Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. He originally thought that after activating the battle character secret art, his combat strength would increase and he would be able to contend with his opponent. However, after activating the battle character secret art, he realized that the situation had not changed at all. He could only fight someone who was 9 levels higher than him. What was going on? Lu Ming was puzzled. Continue. Lu Ming continued to use his full strength and charged at the demon. The two sides continued to fight fiercely. However, in the following battle, he was still completely suppressed and was at a disadvantage. He was no match for his opponent. Every time they collided, he was forced to retreat. Lu Ming judged that his combat strength had always been at the level where he could fight someone who was 9 levels higher than him. He withdrew 7 times his combat strength and maintained 6 times his combat strength, which was the same as 7 times his combat strength. Or, if he used 7 times his combat strength and left some forbidden power, he would still be able to fight someone who was 9 levels higher than him. Could it be that fighting someone who is 9 levels higher than me is the limit? Lu Ming thought. After many attempts, the facts proved that this was the case. Lu Ming had also speculated that the forbidden body could not be improved infinitely. There should be a limit. Now, it proved that Lu Ming's speculation was right. There really was a limit. In the Divine Emperor realm, fighting someone who was 9 levels higher than him was the limit. It was impossible to fight someone who was 10 levels higher than him. Even if Lu Ming merged more secret talismans, his combat strength would probably reach its limit. It would be impossible for him to improve any further. After a while, after many attempts, Lu Ming was sure that his limit was 9 levels higher than him. Almost there. Lu Ming thought and stopped fighting. He retreated and decided to leave. He had come to the virtual Evil Demon Canyon to test his combat strength. Now that he had tested it, there was no need for him to stay. However, the demon of the third great supreme god layer did not give up. He roared furiously and charged at Lu Ming. Annoying! Lu Ming frowned. The Bingxian rod appeared in his hands and he smashed it toward the demon. With a bang, the demon exploded, turning into energy and disappearing. Instant kill. Lu Ming could barely compete with a third great supreme god layer cultivator with his current combat strength. Now that he took out the mysterious ice rod, of course, he could instantly kill the demon. After that, Lu Ming left the virtual Evil Demon Canyon without any hindrance and returned to his residence. Shua. When Lu Ming neared the residence, a black spear gleam pierced toward Lu Ming. It was astonishingly fast and its attack power was astonishingly strong. Lu Ming did not hesitate and threw a punch. Ding. Lu Ming's fist collided with the black spear light. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body shook violently. He felt a mountain toppling and ocean-surging power. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. So strong. Qiu is so strong. Lu Ming was not surprised. He was happy and smiled. He knew Qiu too well. He did not need to look to know that it was Qiu who had just attacked him. Qiu's attack power had surpassed his. As expected, a round ball rushed out. It was Qiu. He circled around Lu Ming and shouted, "Lu Ming, how is it? Am I strong now? I've finally surpassed you." Ha! Qiu laughed loudly and proudly. "Qiu, you've broken through to the great supreme god layer." "No, it's more than that." Lu Ming looked at Qiu carefully. His eyes opened wider and wider. He realized that Qiu had not only broken through to the great supreme god layer, but his cultivation had also surpassed the first great supreme god layer. He had actually reached the third great supreme god layer. He had not seen Qiu for 200 years. Qiu's cultivation had increased so much. Chapter 4185. Qiu had the strength of the third great supreme god layer, so he could kill cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer. No wonder he had been sent flying by Qiu. Qiu hadn't used his full strength. Of course, 200 years ago, you gave me those treasures and I was about to break through. As expected, I broke through not long after. In the past 200 years, I've been refining those treasures and my cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. I've reached the third great supreme god layer and learned a few powerful secret techniques. Qiu smiled, showing his sharp fangs. Lu Ming was really happy. Last time, he had exchanged so many broken weapons for Qiu. It had been worth it. Now, Qiu would definitely be a great help to him. Besides, he only knew that Qiu's cultivation had advanced a lot, but he didn't know whether Qiu's ability to fight against people with higher cultivation levels had improved. According to Qiu's experience of refining the broken spear, Qiu's ability to fight against people with higher cultivation levels should have improved. That way, Qiu's fighting strength would be even more unpredictable. However, the stronger Qiu was, the better. Qiu has reached the third great supreme god layer. I'm still stuck at the ninth great supreme god layer. I need to find a way to break through. Lu Ming frowned. He had a strong sense of urgency. Before, Lu Ming didn't feel much urgency because his fighting strength could continue to improve. But now he couldn't. His fighting strength had reached the limit. No matter how much he cultivated, he could only fight against people with higher cultivation levels. He couldn't improve anymore. How could Lu Ming not feel a sense of urgency? If he didn't break through now, he would be wasting time and others would catch up to him. For example, Qiu's cultivation level was much higher than his. The other geniuses would also improve by leaps and bounds if they had a fortuitous encounter. If I want to break through, I need to go out and gain experience. I'll go to the Heavenly Palace and see if there are any missions. I can complete them while gaining experience. I can also earn some merit points, Lu Ming thought. After making up his mind, Lu Ming left to see if there were any suitable missions. But halfway there, Lu Ming stopped and took out his identity medallion. Because he had just received a message from his identity medallion. There's a mission, what a coincidence. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He was rather surprised. This was because the Heavenly Palace's higher-ups had sent a message to Lu Ming from the identity token. It had to be said that this was very coincidental. Lu Ming had just come out of seclusion not long ago, and just as he was about to go and accept a mission came. According to the quest, Lu Ming arrived at a large square. When Lu Ming arrived, he saw a group of people gathered in the square. These people were divided into groups of about 10 people each. They are all first-class heavenly soldier. Lu Ming discovered that almost all of these people were wearing golden heavenly soldier armor. They were all first-rate heavenly soldiers. Most of the first-grade heavenly soldiers were at the Arch realm. There were about 12 first-class heavenly soldiers in a batch. In front of a group of first-rate heavenly soldiers stood a figure wearing purple gold battle armor. Divine General. The one in the violet gold armor was a divine general. In front of a divine general stood 12 first-rate heavenly soldiers. Lu Ming looked over and saw at least a dozen batches of first-rate heavenly soldiers. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What kind of mission was this that required so many experts? More than a dozen batches of people, all first-rate heavenly soldiers or divine generals. This was more than 100 divine emperor experts. You, come here, over here. When Lu Ming arrived, a divine general swept his gaze over Lu Ming and waved at Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew over and found that there were only 9 heavenly soldiers in front of the divine general. Lu Ming landed in the middle of the 9 first-rate heavenly soldiers. No one said anything and they waited quietly. Lu Ming didn't say anything either. Although he didn't know the details of the mission, he believed that he would have an answer in a while. As time passed, more and more people came. Soon, 12 first-rate heavenly soldiers were gathered in Lu Ming's group. Not only that, but there were also divine generals and other first-rate heavenly soldiers. In the end, a total of 18 teams were gathered. Each team was made up of 1 divine general and 12 first-rate heavenly soldiers. All right, almost everyone is here. Now, let me tell you about the next mission. At this moment, one of the divine generals spoke. Lu Ming could tell that the divine general was from the heavenly human tribe. Only 2 of the 18 divine generals were from the heavenly human tribe. The status of the heavenly human tribe's divine general was naturally higher than the others. Everyone looked at the divine general of the heavenly human tribe, waiting for him to continue. Next, our mission is to hunt down the traitor. The divine general of the heavenly human tribe said, "Hunt down the traitor? Is there a traitor in the heavenly palace?" Everyone was shocked, and each of them revealed a look of surprise. During the heavenly palace era, the heavenly palace ruled the primitive universe, and there were very few traitors. That was because once there was a traitor, it was equivalent to courting death. They couldn't escape the heavenly palace's pursuit. We're willing to serve the heavenly palace with our lives. A first-rate heavenly soldier shouted. He was already flattering the divine general. However, most of them remained silent. Very well. The traitor we're going to hunt down is called Divine Lord Dream Void. The heavenly human tribe's divine general continued. What? Divine Lord? He's a divine lord. Heavens, aren't we courting death by hunting down a divine lord? Before the heavenly human tribe's divine general could say anything, someone shouted in shock. Even if the others didn't say anything, they still inhaled sharply. They looked shocked. The traitor this time was actually a divine master. Moreover, if they were to hunt down a divine lord, would they not be courting death? They were only god emperors. No matter how many of them there were, they would still die if they faced a divine lord. What's the rush? Do you think we don't know how powerful a divine lord is? Isn't it a joke to ask you to hunt down a divine lord? The heavenly human tribe's divine general shouted coldly. The others calmed down. Indeed, it was impossible for the heavenly palace to allow them to pursue and kill divine masters, because it would be completely useless, other than sending them to their deaths. Even among Divine Lord experts, Divine Lord Dream Void is an extremely powerful existence. However, we don't have to worry about that. Divine Lord Dream Void will naturally have a corresponding expert to deal with him. Our target is Divine Lord Dream Void's disciples. Although Divine Lord Dream Void's disciples don't have very high cultivation bases, they're all extremely talented. We can't let them go. Do you understand? The heavenly human tribe's divine general said. Understood. The others replied and sighed in relief. If it was just Divine Lord Dream Void's disciples, it was still fine. This time, we're not the only ones hunting down Divine Lord Dream Void. There are others as well. We're mainly going to surround some routes and not let them escape. Divine Lord Dream Void has brought a few disciples and is heading toward the Burning Heart Star Zone. We'll depart immediately and head there. The heavenly human tribe's divine general said. Understood. The others replied. Chapter 4186. The Burning Heart Star Zone was an extremely high-level star zone. It was vast and boundless, more than 100 times larger than the Iron Sea Star Zone. During this time, all the wormholes in the Burning Heart Star Zone had been sealed off by the experts of the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming and the others spread out in the burning heart star zone, each team guarding a direction and slowly encircling the core area. As soon as God Lord Dream Void and her disciples appeared, they would charge forward and annihilate them. At this moment, in the northern region of the burning heart star zone, several figures were rapidly flying. There were 4 of them, all of them women. One of them was a middle-aged woman, and the other 3 were young women. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely be stunned. This was because one of the 3 young women was none other than Chiao Autumn Moon. Chiao Autumn Moon was one of God Lord Dream Void's disciples. The middle-aged woman was none other than God Lord Dream Void. God Lord Dream Void was extremely powerful. She used a beam of energy to carry her 3 disciples through the void at a speed faster than teleportation. Countless planets were left behind. However, God Lord Dream Void's expression was still grave. She knew that her whereabouts had been exposed, and the Heavenly Palace would definitely send a large number of experts to kill them. Whether or not they could escape was another matter. My 3 disciples, I've implicated all of you this time. God Lord Dream Void sighed as she flew. No, Master, what are you saying? Master's will is our will. If not for Master, I would have died long ago. Senior sister is right. Since the Heavenly Palace is so despicable, we naturally don't need to serve them. It's normal for us to leave. We will definitely support Master. Chiao Autumn Moon and the other 2 nodded repeatedly, expressing their support for God Lord Dream Void. Good disciple. However, the danger this time is unpredictable. If you encounter any mishap, try your best to escape. Don't worry about me. Especially you, Chiao. You have a very important mission. Nothing must happen to you. You must be able to rush to that place. You must hurry. Master? Autumn Moon's eyes were slightly red. To be honest, when God Lord Dream Void forcefully brought Autumn Moon to the Heavenly Palace, Autumn Moon was disgusted and unwilling. Especially after she asked around and learned that Lu Ming was trapped on the Dragon Clan's home planet. She wanted to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet to look for Lu Ming many times, but she was stopped by God Lord Dream Void. However, apart from this, God Lord Dream Void was indeed very good to her. He treated her like his own daughter and taught her everything he knew. He also gave her all kinds of treasures and resources. As time passed, Chiao Yu's resentment towards God Lord Dream Void naturally dissipated. After all, the human heart was made of flesh. You betrayed the Heavenly Palace and still want to escape? How naive. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then the void shattered. A long spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Divine Lord Dream Void. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. When the spear pierced out, it was as if it had pierced a hole in the entire universe. Around it, stars were annihilated one after another. Even a few stars were extinguished directly. This was the attack of a God Lord. It had the power to destroy the world. Divine Lord Dream Void's expression changed. Her body emitted a rainbow-colored light. Then she pointed a finger. A rainbow-colored finger force burst out and collided with the long spear. Boom! It was as if the universe had exploded. A large area of the starry sky turned into chaos. Countless stars were annihilated under the terrifying force. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, the nearby planets were not inhabited by life. Otherwise, that move just now would have annihilated countless living beings. Buzz. The long spear kept vibrating. It flew back and was caught by a large golden hand. Then, a burly figure stepped out of the void. He held a long spear in his hand. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. His terrifying aura made large areas of the starry sky tremble. On the other side, Divine Lord Dream Void's body swayed. At the same time, she used a rainbow-colored light to protect Chiao Yu and the other 2. If it were not for Divine Lord Dream Void's protection, the 3 of them would have died under the terrifying force. Yi Shen, Lord of Heaven, you came personally. Divine Lord Dream Void's expression changed when she saw the person in front of her. Her cold voice was filled with seriousness. Yi Shen, Lord of Heaven. Even among God Lords, he was very powerful. He was not weaker than her. Dream Void, why did you betray the Heavenly Palace? Did the Heavenly Palace mistreat you? Yi Shin, Lord of Heaven, said coldly. His battle intent was wild. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the stars in the starry sky to tremble. Yi Shin, you should know better than anyone what the Heavenly Palace has done. You should know better than anyone what the Heavenly Palace treats the various races of the universe. Do you think I should continue to stay in the Heavenly Palace? Divine Lord Dream Void asked coldly. Yi Shin, Lord of Heaven's face darkened. It seems like you know a lot. If that's the case, I can't let you live. Dream Void, hand over the Master God's heart and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you should know what the Heavenly Palace is capable of. If you want to fight, then let's fight. You want the Master God's heart? Impossible. Divine Lord Dream Void said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the initiative to step forward. The rainbow-colored light on her body became even more intense. Moreover, 3 of the lights were the most intense. They were thousands of times brighter than the sun. Dream Void Divine Finger. Divine Lord Dream Void said softly. She pointed a finger. A finger filled with rainbow-colored light formed. It was huge, even bigger than when it was formed. It crushed toward Yi Shin, Lord of Heaven. Wherever it passed, the void turned into chaos. Everything was turned into nothingness. Divine Lords were just too powerful. They were almost at the peak of the universe. Moreover, Divine Lord Dream Void was no ordinary Divine Lord. You're courting death. Yi Shin, Lord of Heaven, said coldly. His body was shrouded by the terrifying power of the heavens. His spear was like a saber as it slashed down. The spear expanded rapidly. It traversed through the universe and collided with the rainbow-colored finger. Boom! There was an even more terrifying explosion. The void was completely annihilated. Nothing was left. Divine Lord Dream Void and Yi Shin, Lord of Heaven's bodies shook at the same time. Then they started fighting again. At the same time, a force enveloped Qiu Yu and the other 2. With a toss, the 3 of them appeared billions of miles away. Let's go. Go to that place. Send the Master God's heart there. Divine Lord Dream Void's voice rang in the ears of Qiu Yu and the other 2. Master! Qiu Yu and the other 2 exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with tears and worry. Let's go. I'll be fine. You guys stay. I still have to take care of you. Let's go. This is my order. Divine Lord Dream Void shouted. Master, take care. You have to stay alive. Qiu Yu and the other 2 gritted their teeth and turned to leave. They also understood that if they stayed, they would be a burden to Divine Lord Dream Void. They would not be of any help. Chapter 4187. Godly Lord Dream Void and Yi Shin, the Lord of Heaven, were fighting fiercely. Qiu Yu and the other 2 continued flying as fast as they could. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others also received the news. The traitor has appeared. Godly Lord Dream Void has been stopped by Yi Shin, the Lord of Heaven. Only her 3 disciples are left. Let's go. It's time for us to make a contribution, said the Divine General of Lu Ming's group. His eyes were shining brightly. That Divine General was one of the 2 Divine Generals of the Celestial Human clan that Lu Ming had seen before. He was extremely strong. Nobody doubted him. They followed the Divine General of the Celestial Human clan into a wormhole. A moment later, they appeared in a strange starry sky and quickly flew in a certain direction. They were all great supreme gods, so they were extremely fast. They were even faster than some short-distance teleportation portals. Normally, great supreme gods would carve short-distance teleportation portals on their bodies. They could activate the portals on their bodies to teleport a single person. However, when one reached the God Emperor realm, such a short-distance teleportation array carved on one's body would no longer be of much use. This was because God Emperor realm existences could break through the void and travel through space at full speed. Their speed was much faster than activating the short-distance teleportation array on their bodies. Not to mention, activating the teleportation portals on their bodies took time. They continued to move forward, leaving a large number of stars behind them. They crossed one galaxy after another. Boom, boom. Suddenly, explosions sounded in front of them. Beams of light flashed and collided with each other. It was like a star had exploded, illuminating the sky. Even from far away, they could see it. We're here. Godly Lord Dream Void's disciples have been stopped. Let's kill them. Remember, they might have the Heavenly Palace's treasures. If we can get them, it'll be a great contribution. Celestial Clan's Divine General said, revealing an excited expression. He flew with all of his strength, his speed even faster, flying in that direction. The others also sped up. Fourth Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming was surprised. He could see that the Divine General of the Celestial Human Clan had the strength of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer. Usually, ordinary godly generals had the strength of the Third Great Supreme God Layer. That guy had the strength of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer, so he was an extremely strong cultivator. As for the other celestial soldiers, they had the strength of the First or Second Great Supreme God Layer. None of them had the strength of the Third Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming measured his combat strength. He was considered the strongest in this team. If he used his full strength, he wouldn't even be afraid of the Immortal General of the Heavenly Human Tribe. This thought only flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Soon, they approached the battlefield. They could already see the figures in the battle through the collision of the multicolored light. On the periphery was a group of heavenly soldiers and divine generals, numbering about 30. Lu Ming estimated that there should be 3 teams, 3 divine generals leading 36 first-class heavenly soldier. It was 3 young women who were besieged by the celestial soldiers and divine generals. When he saw one of the women, Lu Ming was shocked. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming almost cried out in surprise. Fortunately, he managed to hold it in. He had never thought that he would meet Autumn Moon here. He had never thought that Autumn Moon would be one of the people he wanted to kill. What a shitty mission. At this moment, Lu Ming directly forgot about the Heavenly Palace mission. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to save Autumn Moon. Calm down. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down and analyze the situation. The 3 teams besieging Autumn Moon were very strong. 3 divine generals, 2 of them had the strength of the Third Great Supreme God Layer, and the other one had the strength of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer. There were 36 first-class heavenly soldiers, all of whom had the strength of the First or Second Great Supreme God Layer. They were all wearing first-class heavenly soldier armor, which could block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer. Their defense was strong enough, so they only needed to attack crazily. That way, they would be a great threat. Lu Ming looked at Autumn Moon and the other 2. To be honest, Lu Ming was also surprised by Autumn Moon and the other 2's cultivation. Because Autumn Moon and the other 2's cultivation had reached the Great Supreme God Layer. They were all in the First Great Supreme God Layer. After a few hundred years, Autumn Moon's cultivation had increased so much. She had already reached the Great Supreme God Layer. But on second thought, it was normal. After all, Autumn Moon was the disciple of the Great Lord Dream Void in the Heavenly Palace. Previously, he had heard from the Heavenly Human Tribe that the Great Lord Dream Void was very strong even in the Great Supreme God Layer. Although she was not from the Heavenly Human Tribe, she had a lot of power in the Heavenly Palace. Under the guidance of such a person, and with the vast resources of the Heavenly Palace, it would be hard for her not to improve. Most importantly, Autumn Moon's talent was not to be underestimated. She had the 9 orifices sacred heart. Lu Ming was not a newbie who had just arrived in the primitive universe. He had looked for clues about the 9 orifices sacred heart. Although there were not many clues and there was no detailed explanation, he could infer from the few words that the 9 orifices sacred heart was a rare talent. It was rare in the history of the universe. It had unlimited potential and was unfathomable. Moreover, it was extremely strong. That was the truth. At this moment, Autumn Moon and the other 2 were surrounded by dozens of strong cultivators. If it weren't for Autumn Moon, the 3 of them would have been defeated. Qiu Yu was enveloped by the 9-colored light. Every move she made was filled with immense power. She was holding a machete, which was emitting terrifying energy waves. When she slashed, a 9-colored machete light was released. It cut the space and broke the starry sky. She was fighting against the divine general of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer. At this moment, she was not at a disadvantage. Such fighting strength. To be honest, even Lu Ming was amazed by Autumn Moon's fighting strength. Without a doubt, the machete in Autumn Moon's hand was a great weapon. However, even if she had a great weapon, it was still incredible for a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer to fight against a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer. Lu Ming knew the difference between the first great supreme god layer and the fourth great supreme god layer. The 3 levels of the great supreme god layer were equivalent to the 9 levels of the godly emperor layer. In other words, Autumn Moon had relied on a great weapon to fight against a cultivator who was 9 levels higher than her. She was not much weaker than Lu Ming. The 9 orifices Sacred Heart was indeed extraordinary. Autumn Moon blocked the cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer. The other 2 women joined hands to block the other's attacks. Without a doubt, the 2 women were peerless geniuses. They were extremely talented. They were not any weaker than the candidates of the universe Young Geniuses list. They also controlled great weapons to block the attacks of the other strong cultivators. It had to be said that there were too many geniuses in the Heavenly Palace. Not to mention the Heavenly Human Tribe, even the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace had many geniuses. Luckily, the core disciples of the Heavenly Human Tribe and the Heavenly Palace didn't participate in the universe Young Geniuses list. Otherwise, there would be a great change in the rankings. Chapter 4188. However, even though the 3 of them managed to block the attacks of the heavenly soldiers and divine generals, it was almost impossible for them to escape. This was because divine generals had armor at the divine general level, and first-class celestial soldiers had armor at the first-class celestial soldier level. Their defensive power was too strong. They blocked all directions like turtles. With their strong defensive power, they blocked all escape routes. They wanted to surround Autumn Moon and the others and wait for reinforcements from the Heavenly Palace. In that case, Autumn Moon and the others would die. Lu Ming and the others arrived. On the other side, the 3 of them, as well as the heavenly soldiers and divine generals, also noticed Lu Ming and the others. Their feelings were completely opposite. Qiu Yu and the other 2 had ugly expressions as their hearts sank. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for them. The heavenly soldiers and divine generals were overjoyed. "Come over and kill them!" One of the divine generals shouted. "Kill them! Don't let any of them go!" The heavenly human divine general who led them shouted and rushed toward the battlefield. Lu Ming and the others followed closely behind. Lu Ming remained calm and collected. He sped up silently and approached the heavenly human race god general, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, they were close to the battlefield. "Kill!" The heavenly human divine general shouted and a saber appeared in his hand. He injected powerful energy into the saber and was about to slash at Autumn Moon. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The time had come. The Bingxian rod appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The forbidden energy poured into the Bingxian rod, and then he swung it at the heavenly human divine general. To catch bandits, one had to catch the leader first. Naturally, one had to attack the strongest person. The most important thing was to kill the heavenly human divine general. The other first-class heavenly soldiers were nothing to be afraid of. It happened so suddenly that the other first-class heavenly soldiers were stunned. They never thought that Lu Ming would suddenly attack the heavenly human divine general. Even the divine general of the celestial tribe himself was completely stunned. This scene was beyond his expectations. He wanted to block or dodge, but it was already too late. Boom! The mysterious ice staff crashed toward the heavenly human tribe divine general's head with terrifying power. The terrifying power caused the heavenly human tribe divine general's expression to change drastically, revealing a look of horror. However, just as the Bingxian staff was about to hit the celestial general's battle armor emitted a dazzling glow. A light shield emerged and blocked the Bingxian staff. With a boom, the celestial race's divine general was sent flying like a meteor into the distance. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. Although his battle suit had blocked the attack of the mysterious ice rod at the critical moment, his divine body was still injured by the powerful force. It can actually protect itself. Lu Ming frowned. This scene was beyond his expectations. With such a good opportunity, Lu Ming suddenly attacked. He thought that he would be able to deal with this heavenly human race divine general. Who would have thought that the other party's armor would be able to protect him on its own? The first-rate heavenly soldier armor on his body did not have this function. Could it be because of the divine general's armor? Or because the other party was from the heavenly human tribe and his armor had been specially refined? Kid, you're courting death. You're courting death. At this moment, the heavenly human tribe divine general finally reacted and let out a hysterical roar. He was furious, extremely furious. He was filled with anger and killing intent toward Lu Ming. Just now, he had almost been killed and felt the threat of death. He had never experienced such a feeling before. At that moment, he was shrouded in endless fear. Therefore, he wanted Lu Ming to pay 1,000 times the price. Although he did not know why Lu Ming attacked him, it did not matter. As long as he attacked him, he would have to pay the price. Kill. The heavenly human tribe divine general roared. His battle saber rapidly enlarged and his body moved, charging toward Lu Ming. The saber light broke through the space and slashed toward Lu Ming, wanting to cut Lu Ming in half. Come on. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. His powerful taboo force continuously surged into the Bingxian rod, and he struck it out. The two huge weapons collided in the air, creating a deafening explosion. Then, Lu Ming's body shook and he could not help but retreat. Lu Ming was no match for the heavenly human tribe divine general. The heavenly human tribe is really strong. A thought emerged in Lu Ming's mind. With Lu Ming's current fighting strength, he could definitely fight against a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer after using the mysterious ice rod. However, the fourth great supreme god layer naturally referred to the ordinary cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer, not the monstrous geniuses. The heavenly human tribe was too talented. Even the ordinary heavenly human tribe members were geniuses compared to the other tribes in the universe. The heavenly human tribe members were usually stronger when fighting against cultivators of the same level. The heavenly human tribe divine general with the strength of the fourth great supreme god layer was stronger than the ordinary cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer. It was normal that Lu Ming was not his match. But Lu Ming was pushed back. A first-class celestial soldier behind him attacked Lu Ming with his axe. He wanted to attack Lu Ming by surprise and curry favor with the heavenly human tribe divine general. Even though he did not know why Lu Ming had suddenly attacked the heavenly human tribe divine general, it was always good to curry favor with the heavenly human tribe. That first-class celestial soldier had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. He was very strong. However, compared to Lu Ming, there was still a big gap between him and Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He did not turn his head. His back lit up and a beam of light shot out. It was the Great Aurora technique. All kinds of secret techniques were distributed in Lu Ming's body. He could attack from any part of his body. The Great Aurora technique was like a divine blade. It struck the heavenly human tribe divine general's axe. With a loud bang, the heavenly human tribe divine general's axe was sent flying. The Aurora technique did not stop. It continued to attack the heavenly human tribe divine general. Oh no, block it for me. The heavenly human tribe divine general turned pale with fright. He had not expected that Lu Ming would still be able to use such a powerful attack after being pushed back. He was no match for Lu Ming at all. At the critical moment, he could only use his armor to block the attack. The Great Aurora technique bombarded the heavenly human tribe divine general's armor and sent the heavenly human tribe divine general flying. The heavenly human tribe divine general's armor dimmed. The heavenly human tribe divine general's eyes were filled with fear. If it was not for the heavenly human tribe divine general's armor, he would have been killed. Lu Ming retreated a distance and steadied himself. At this moment, the people on Autumn Moon's side also came to their senses. The three people on Autumn Moon's side were very curious. They did not understand why the heavenly human tribe divine general's side would suddenly have a conflict. Lu Ming was in his current body. Of course, the three people on Autumn Moon's side did not recognize Lu Ming. Traitor! The heavenly human tribe divine general who was besieging the three people on Autumn Moon's side were furious. Lu Ming's action was clearly a betrayal of the heavenly palace. Let's attack together and kill this traitor. The heavenly human tribe divine general who was sneak attacked by Lu Ming roared and once again charged at Lu Ming with his saber. Cold, murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He held the Bingxin staff and charged forward. With a loud bang, Lu Ming retreated again. Qiu kill. The moment Lu Ming retreated, Lu Ming's wrist shook and Qiu flew out. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 4189. After exchanging a blow with the heavenly human race's god general, Lu Ming released Qiu the moment he retreated. As soon as Qiu flew out, it turned into a black spear and stabbed at the heavenly human divine general. It still stabbed at the heavenly human divine general's armor. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The celestial race's divine general was blown away. His armor shook, but unfortunately, it wasn't broken. The divine general's armor was too strong. It was much stronger than a first-class celestial soldier's armor. A first-class celestial soldier's armor could block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer, while a divine general's armor could block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the sixth great supreme god layer. Even though Qiu's attack was strong, it was much weaker than a cultivator of the sixth great supreme god layer. What a strong defense. It's like a turtle shell. Son of a turtle, I'm coming. Take one attack, two attacks, da-da-da. Qiu shouted and charged at the celestial race's divine general. He turned into a black spear and attacked the celestial race's divine general. You're courting death, shouted the celestial race's divine general furiously. He had been blown away. He was furious. His eyes turned red. He wanted to cut Qiu into pieces. He used his full strength to attack Qiu. He waved his saber and attacked Qiu. The saber and the spear collided. There was a loud explosion. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 attacks. In the end, the celestial race's divine general was suppressed and kept retreating. How is this possible? This is impossible, shouted the celestial race's divine general. His cultivation level was one level higher than Qiu's, but he was suppressed. He wasn't from an ordinary race. He was from the celestial race. There weren't many celestial race members, but they were extremely talented. Even the most ordinary celestial race members would be considered geniuses in the universe. However, Qiu was able to suppress him. How was that possible? However, the truth was cruel. He was suppressed by Qiu. Qiu's ability to fight against cultivators of a higher level has improved. Lu Ming was relieved to see Qiu's strength. He was overjoyed too. If the difference between each level of the Great Supreme God layer was measured by the Divine Emperor layer, one needed to be able to fight against cultivators of a higher level. The celestial race's divine general was extremely strong. Qiu could still suppress him. Lu Ming estimated that Qiu could fight against cultivators of at least 6 levels of the Divine Emperor layer. Qiu's was at most 4.5 levels. This time, he had refined quite a few precious damage divine weapons. In particular, there were a few damage divine weapons worth 1,000,000 merit points, which were of great help to Qiu. Then, Tian's Qiu's Xian Bing. Qiu's. Lu Ming used his full strength to activate the mysterious ice rod. His fighting strength had the strength of the 4th great supreme god layer. Those first-class celestial soldiers couldn't resist him. They were all blown away. Their first-class celestial armors dimmed down as they were badly injured. Brat, Mu Yun, you're digging your own grave. How dare you betray the Heavenly Palace? When the other experts from the Heavenly Palace arrive, you'll be dead. The divine general of the Heavenly Human Clan roared. Really? Qiu, force him to the battlefield over there. Lu Ming sneered and then transmitted his voice to Qiu. Alright. Qiu replied loudly. Its attacks became even more ferocious, causing the heavenly human tribe divine generals to continuously retreat toward the battlefield on the autumn moon side. Mu Yun, I have the divine general armor. You can't do anything to me. As long as I can stall you, you will die. The divine general of the heavenly human clan roared. He fought back with all his might. He didn't want to win. He only wanted to stall Lu Ming and the others. However, he wasn't Qiuqiu's match. He kept retreating. Soon, he was close to the battlefield on the autumn moon's side. Do you think that you can stall us with the divine general armor? You've probably forgotten that the Heavenly Palace has a treasure called the Forbidden Weapon Arius Seal. Lu Ming sneered. A jade talisman appeared in his hand. It was the Forbidden Weapon Arius Seal. When Lu Ming was at the Merit Exchange Hall in the Heavenly Palace, he had exchanged for a few Forbidden Soldier Domain talismans. Initially, he had thought that he would not need them and had only kept them for emergencies. Unexpectedly, he could use them so soon. It was the perfect time to use the Forbidden Weapon Arius Seal. It's the Forbidden Weapon Arius Seal. The Divine General of the Heavenly Human Clan was shocked when he saw the Forbidden Weapon Arius Seal in Lu Ming's hand. With a loud bang, Lu Ming crushed the seal of the Restricted Soldier Realm. The Restricted Soldier Realm spread out rapidly, shrouding not only the Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Generals, but also Qiuyu and the rest, as well as the Heavenly Soldiers and Divine Generals who besieged Qiuyu. After being enveloped by the Forbidden Weapon Area, the divine weapons in the hands of the Divine General of the Heavenly Human Clan and the armor on his body quickly lost their luster. They couldn't be used anymore and automatically hid themselves. The armor and weapons of the Heavenly Soldiers who were attacking Autumn Moon and the others couldn't be used either. Of course, there was also a problem. The ultimate weapons in the hands of Autumn Moon and the other two couldn't be used either. Qiuqiu kill. The moment Lu Ming crushed the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal, Lu Ming shouted and dashed out like a bolt of lightning. He didn't charge towards the Divine General of the Heavenly Human Clan, but towards the Heavenly Soldiers who were attacking Autumn Moon and the others. Lu Ming's body was covered in a dazzling light. He was using all his strength. In the process of rushing out, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. It was the greater teleportation technique. When he reappeared, he was already around Autumn Moon and the others. Boom boom, Lu Ming attacked with all his strength. His fists were like mountains as they bombarded the Heavenly Soldiers and Divine Generals. Without the protection of their armor, the first-grade Heavenly Soldiers couldn't block Lu Ming's attacks. Even without his ultimate weapon, Lu Ming's fighting strength was almost comparable to the third great Supreme God layer. His attacks were extremely powerful. 4 or 5 first-grade Heavenly Soldiers didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded. They died on the spot. On the other hand, a few fists were aimed at 2 of the third great Supreme God layer Divine Generals, blocking their attacks. As for the 4th great Supreme God layer Divine General, Lu Ming didn't attack him. He would leave that one to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu's fighting strength came from his own body. He didn't rely on external forces. The moment Lu Ming attacked, Qiuqiu attacked as well. His body rapidly changed again, turning into a long sword. Lu Ming had exchanged a few broken weapons worth 1,000,000 merit points last time. One of them was a broken sword. After turning into a long sword, the sword slightly trembled and then disappeared. It wasn't the greater teleportation technique, but a phenomenon caused by moving too fast. This time, Qiuqiu didn't attack the Heavenly Human Clan's Divine General, but another 4th great Supreme God layer Divine General, the one who had attacked Autumn Moon at the beginning. Chapter 4190. The godly general who had fought against Qiuqiu Moon wasn't from the Heavenly Human Clan, so he wasn't very strong. He only had the strength of the 4th great Supreme God layer, so he was weaker than the godly general of the Heavenly Human Clan. Qiuqiu's sword appeared in front of that person and slashed at his head. That person was startled and hastily tried to defend himself. However, he couldn't use external strength. Not only was his defense weakened, but his attack power was also weakened. He couldn't block Qiuqiu's attack. Sword light flashed and the godly general's attack was destroyed. Then blood splashed everywhere. A cut appeared between the eyebrows of that cultivator of the 4th great Supreme God layer. The man's aura rapidly weakened. His eyes were filled with great shock and disbelief. In the next moment, the life aura on his body completely disappeared. He was dead. A godly general of the 4th great Supreme God layer had been killed by Qiuqiu instantly. Actually, if Qiuqiu had fought against him directly, it would have been difficult for Qiuqiu to kill him instantly, even though Qiuqiu was much stronger than him. However, Chiu had been completely unprepared. Lu Ming had suddenly used the talisman of the forbidden weapon area to suppress the godly general's armor and weapon. Chiu had been fighting against the godly general of the heavenly human clan, but he had suddenly attacked him. Everything had happened too quickly. The godly general didn't have time to use his full strength, so he had been killed instantly. Clang. After Chiu had killed the cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer, his sword shook slightly and then he moved towards the godly general of the heavenly human clan. He had to be quick. He had to finish the battle quickly. Lu Ming knew that there were too many strong cultivators from the heavenly palace this time. If they delayed any longer, other strong cultivators could arrive at any time. If they got entangled, they would be in trouble. As long as they could get rid of the strongest godly generals, the others would be easy to deal with. You want to kill me? Don't even think about it. The godly general of the heavenly human clan reacted quickly. He raised his sword to block. With a clang, he exchanged a blow with Chiu and retreated explosively. Chiu continued attacking. Die. Hurry up and kill them, shouted the godly general of the heavenly human clan. Die. Two other godly generals of the third great supreme god layer shouted furiously and attacked Lu Ming and Chiu Moon. Their battle armors were suppressed, but Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the others' killing weapons were also suppressed. They didn't believe that with their strength of the third great supreme god layer, they couldn't defeat Chiu and the others. Two experts of the third great supreme god layer had attacked. Their power was terrifying and terrifying. Lu Ming's face turned solemn. Stay behind me and block the attacks of the other heavenly soldiers. Leave these two to me, Lu Ming said. As long as he could delay these two for a few moves, he believed that Chiu would quickly end the battle. As long as Chiu finished the battle and came to help them, this victory would be theirs. You don't have to do all of them. Give me one. A cold voice sounded. Lu Ming was very familiar with this voice. Naturally, it was from Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon stepped forward and her body was covered by 9 colored lights. At that moment, Autumn Moon shouted and pointed her finger. People could see that among the 9 colored lights on Autumn Moon's body, one of them was dazzling. It completely suppressed the other 8 lights. It was dazzling. Lu Ming faintly saw a heart appear where Autumn Moon's heart was. That heart was different. It had 9 orifices. Each of the 9 orifices had a different color. At that moment, one of the orifices had a particularly bright color. It was the same color as the one outside. As Autumn Moon pointed her finger, a bright light appeared and turned into a finger pointing at the godly general of the third great supreme god layer. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows. The godly general of the third great supreme god layer's attack was blocked. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. Even though Autumn Moon didn't have a great weapon, she was still very strong. She could block a godly general of the third great supreme god layer with just the strength of the first great supreme god layer. That was beyond Lu Ming's expectation. The 9 orifices' sacred heart was indeed powerful. Even though Lu Ming was observing Autumn Moon, he didn't stay idle. He kept punching the other godly general of the third great supreme god layer. Apart from those godly generals, the rest of the first-class celestial soldiers were nothing to worry about. Even though there were many first-class celestial soldiers, godly Lord Meng Su's 2 disciples could protect themselves. The battle was in a stalemate, but Chiu had the upper hand. Chiu shouted and started attacking crazily. The sky was filled with sword lights. It looked like a rain of swords was falling from the sky. The heavenly human clan's godly general was completely on the defensive. Finally, the heavenly human clan's godly general was hit in the chest by a sword light. Now, without the protection of the godly general's armor, the sword light pierced through the heavenly human clan's godly general's heart, splitting it in half. The heavenly human clan's godly general screamed and retreated, coughing up blood. Although the sword light couldn't kill him, it could still severely injure him and reduce his fighting strength. That was enough. He wasn't Chiu's match in the first place. Now that his fighting strength was reduced, he was even less of a match for Chiu. Kill him when he's down. Chiu wouldn't miss such an opportunity. After injuring his opponent with one move, his following attacks were even more violent. Bush, bush. The sky was filled with sword shadows and sword rays. Each of the sword rays was billions of miles long, leaving long cracks in the starry sky of the universe. Blood splattered everywhere, flying 1,000,000 miles away. Then, a head was thrown high into the sky. It was the heavenly human clan's godly general's head. He had been decapitated by Chiyo. He wasn't dead yet. His eyes were filled with fear and he wanted to escape. But Chiyo wouldn't let him escape. With a swoosh, a sword light slashed across and split the heavenly human clan's godly general's head in half. The soul inside was also destroyed. The heavenly human clan's godly general had died on the spot. The other godly generals and first-class heavenly soldiers gasped with fear in their eyes. This was a heavenly human clan's godly general. The heavenly palace would be furious if he was killed just like that. At the same time, they also wanted to retreat. Chiyo was too powerful. If he attacked them, they would only die. Let's go. Let's go. The remaining godly generals and first-class heavenly soldiers retreated at the same time. They didn't want to fight anymore and flew in a direction. Don't even think about leaving, Chiyo wanted to chase them, but Lu Ming stopped him. Don't chase a desperate enemy. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming said to Chiyo. Chiyo flew back to Lu Ming's hand and turned into a bracelet. Who are you? Why did you save us? Chiyo Moon and the other two women looked at Lu Ming curiously. They didn't understand why a first-class heavenly soldier from the heavenly palace would save them. He didn't hesitate to kill the heavenly human clan's godly general and offend the heavenly palace. Besides, Lu Ming's fighting strength shocked them even more. They had clearly seen that Lu Ming had resisted the attack of a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer with the strength of the ninth godly emperor layer. It was incredible. Chapter 4191. Chiyo Autumn Moon and the other two were puzzled. Why would this monstrously strong genius save them at the expense of offending the heavenly palace? Could it be that he admired their beauty? That was not impossible. After all, they were beauties that were 1 in a billion. Now is not the time to talk. There are many people from the heavenly palace this time. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming said. Okay, let's leave first. This way. Chiyo Autumn Moon nodded and flew in a direction. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Soon, they left the area covered by the Forbidden Army domain. As soon as they left the area covered by the Forbidden Army domain, Lu Ming's first-class Celestial Soldier armor appeared. You have the first-class Celestial Soldier armor. As far as I know, the Celestial Soldier armor has a restrictive power that can control you. As long as the experts from the Heavenly Palace control it, you will definitely die. Chiyo Autumn Moon said with a worried look in her eyes. She did not recognize Lu Ming. She just felt that Lu Ming had risked his life to save them. If he died in their hands, she could not bear to see him die. Don't worry, I have a way to break it. Lu Ming smiled. At the same time, he circulated the restrictive power and distributed it to every cell of his body. Soon, Lu Ming found the restrictive power on the Celestial Soldier armor. This power could also be distributed to every cell. If it were anyone else facing this power, they would be helpless. However, it was not a problem at all for the forbidden body. After finding this power, Lu Ming circulated the restrictive power and surrounded this power. Then he began to refine it. Soon, this power was completely refined by Lu Ming. The first-class Celestial Soldier armor flew out of Lu Ming's body and was caught by Lu Ming. Once the restrictive power was refined by Lu Ming could no longer wear or use the Celestial Soldier armor. You actually broke free from the restraint of the Celestial Soldier armor? Chiyo Autumn Moon and the other two widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. They had never heard of anyone who could break free from the restraint of the Celestial Soldier armor. In their hearts, Lu Ming was even more mysterious and unpredictable. Although Lu Ming was refining the restrictive power of the Celestial Soldier armor, they did not stop. Flying fast, they continued to fly in a certain direction. At the same time, Lu Ming put the Celestial Soldier armor into a storage ring. Brother, can you tell us now? Why did you save us? Chiu Autumn Moon asked. You. Lu Ming smiled and revealed his true identity. There was no need for Lu Ming to hide anything from Chiu Yu. He had no intention of hiding anything. As soon as he said that, Chiu Yu's body stiffened and her expression changed drastically. She stared deeply at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes, revealing a cold, murderous intent. Chiu Autumn Moon's body emitted a dazzling light that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not expect Chiu Autumn Moon to attack him. In a hurry, he blocked the attack and collided with the light. With a boom, Lu Ming was sent flying. Junior sister Chiu Autumn Moon, what's going on? The other two disciples of Lord God Dream Void looked at the scene in shock. They were also confused. They did not expect Chiu Autumn Moon to attack Lu Ming. Chiu Autumn Moon did not answer them. Instead, she stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, "Tell me, who are you? Why did you pretend to be my young master?" So it's a misunderstanding. Lu Ming was relieved. He knew that he had a forbidden body now. His life origin aura was completely different from before. It was no wonder that Chiu Autumn Moon would misunderstand. Chiu Autumn Moon, I am indeed your young master. Because I cultivated a special technique, my life origin aura has changed. Lu Ming explained. Life origin aura has changed? I have never heard of such a technique. You'd better show me evidence. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chiu Autumn Moon said coldly. Her body was filled with cold, killing intent. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, Chiu Autumn Moon, we are from the Lu family of the Divine Wilderness continent in the primordial realm. You grew up in the Lu family. Do you still remember that I was the one who helped you open your meridians? Lu Ming began to talk about the common memories of both of them. Some things were only known to Lu Ming and Chiu Autumn Moon. Chiu Autumn Moon listened carefully. However, the killing intent in her eyes did not fade. Instead, it grew stronger. Suddenly, Chiu Autumn Moon attacked again. A dazzling 9-colored light, beautiful and terrifying, slashed at Lu Ming's head. Chiu Autumn Moon used her killer weapon. A machete shrouded in 9-colored light. Its power was very terrifying. Chiu Autumn Moon, what are you doing? Why are you attacking? Lu Ming exclaimed. He had to use the mysterious ice rod to block it. With a clang, there was a violent vibration. Lu Ming blocked Chiu Autumn Moon's machete, and he himself also floated back. Tell me, who are you? What did you do to young master? Why do you have young master's memories? Did you search young master's soul? Chiu Autumn Moon shouted. Her killing intent was incomparably dense. A powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Obviously, Chiu Autumn Moon still did not believe him. She thought that he searched Lu Ming's soul and obtained Lu Ming's memories. This kind of thing could happen. In the universe, this kind of thing was not rare. For a moment, Lu Ming did not know how to explain it. If he were in her shoes, he would not believe it so easily. Even the aura of a person's life origin had changed. A person's appearance, body shape, voice, temperament, and so on were easy to change. Only the life origin aura was difficult to change. Needless to say, it was a complete change. It was a completely different person. Anyone who encountered it would find it hard to believe. What? You can't say anything. Tell me, what did you do to young master? If you don't explain it clearly today, I will kill you. Chiu Autumn Moon shouted. As she spoke, tears were already rolling in her eyes. If someone had really searched Lu Ming's soul and even his most private memories had been obtained, it meant that Lu Ming was in grave danger. The odds were against him. Chiu Autumn Moon, I'm really Lu Ming. I'm really young master, Lu Ming said helplessly. Yes, he is Lu Ming. Chiu Autumn Moon, do you still recognize me? At this moment, a voice sounded. It was Chiu Chiu. Then, Chiu Chiu flew out and turned into a round ball, swinging around in the air. Chiu Chiu? Chiu Autumn Moon's eyes widened in surprise. Chiu Autumn Moon, of course, recognized him. However, the battle just now was intense. Moreover, Chiu Chiu turned into a long spear or a long sword as soon as he attacked. It was completely different from before. Moreover, Chiyo had swallowed a large number of broken divine weapons over the years, and his temperament had changed a little. Therefore, Chiyo Autumn Moon did not look carefully before and did not recognize him at first. At this moment, Chiyo had turned into a round ball. Chiyo Autumn Moon looked carefully and immediately recognized Chiyo. After all, Chiyo's life origin aura had not changed.